'cause you're under pressure, under pressure. Pressure. You're cooked. Pressure. Like your shitty ass book. The pressure is real. The pressure is real. The pressure is real. Pressure. You're under the pressure. Drowning in the pressure. You're now under pressure. Pressure. Pressure's got you by the tongue, and it's over now. You're under pressure. The pressure, pressure. Full force, no lecture. 'Cause we're here for pressure.
Hey everybody, what's going on? I'm behind a screen today, or behind a icon, whatever. I'm behind this bubble today because I didn't feel like getting dressed. How about that? I'm not good for the 2 in a rows, or anything more than that. Hey Greer, how are you doing? Hey Faye, good to see you. And I forgot to tell you, thank you for your super chat last night, Faye. I've really got to get better at this. I really do. It was just, I guess, with the way the stream went with the, with that Salty and others coming in and letting me know about the crappy things that Megan and Tricia, whatever, all the stuff that went down in Websleuth's chat last night. And I guess it threw me off. So I really am sorry for not addressing you about that. And thank you. I'm always thankful. Please know that. But I'm very forgetful. It really sucks to, to try and think of all the things. I'm doing good if I share links. And it's never intentional, but working on it. I need to make me a song. I mean, I guess visuals to that opening under Kresha. Instead of just playing that like that. I just realized that. Anyways, so how is your day going? Oh, thank you, BMD. I really appreciate that. It was wild last night. It was long. It was very long. I went back and I fell asleep watching it. I try to watch them after I'm done. It just is like at first I did that because I was like, with a case that's not adjudicated or cases that aren't adjudicated. I like to be mindful of what I'm saying. And so I used to be really nervous about, oh God, I hope I didn't reveal it. I never want to be, or never want to put the case in jeopardy. Not on me. You know what I mean? Like, So then it became a habit. And now I just do it. But it was wild. And I realized the first 5 minutes, we didn't even, the footage that I shared of Nate Eaton in the helicopter was supposed to be showing where the kids were found, but it did not show that. 5 minutes and it did not show that. Just me. Hey, sometimes if you have, this happens to me it happened to me before. If I have been watching another channel and I have the speed, up, if you kick it back to normal, it'll stop buffering because it's like steadily trying to catch up. I don't know if that might be it. If not, exit and come back in. We'll be right here. What exactly did I miss last night? Wow, I will catch on replay. I really don't remember. I know we talked about, I shared the profiler Pat Brown, some things that she was saying about CrimeCon and just the kind of grossness of that. And how she also shared about Cheryl McCollum, which is one of Tricia Griffith's associates and a big, she always goes to CrimeCon. She's, she goes there often and is a speaker. And so I don't know, just, it's not very often that you find people, or especially, people who are professional and, in that field, talk, I guess giving a critical lens to others and, you know, that are professionals in that field. So I don't know. It was just me trying to extract lessons, I guess, another view. And I really appreciated that part for sure. Some of y'all were like, oh my God, she's putting me to sleep. But I mean, I don't know how I'd keep you awake is what I want to know. Olaf had another premiere. Was it just now or if you know? Because I have her stuff pulled up too. I mean, just for some things that we're going to go over today. Oh, but to finish on that, what happened yesterday or last night in the stream, at the very end of the stream or towards the end of the stream, some of our viewers came in and let us know that Tricia's stream from last night, which I guess we were kind of going on at the same time because Lord, we didn't finish till like after 12:30 my time central. So this live stream will not be like that. Okay. So hey NF mom, it's so good to see you. I'm so glad to see you here. Hey Googie. And not me okay. And that's all I can. Oh, hey Natalie, what are you doing? I miss you. I miss you and Chuck. I miss your faces. It's good to see you. So glad you're here. So the one now I didn't review this last night because like I said, it was, you know, we were reviewing other things pertaining to this. But this was going on while we were reviewing the other stuff. And this is last night's, and y'all know that Websleuths is revamping, right? They're under construction, I guess, their website. Kind of wild, right? Perfect timing, Tricia. So let me pull this up here. Home. All right. Let me pull Websleuths. Oh, okay. Jolene's live too. But I think she's doing Summer House. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this is basically, and I mean, it's been fluctuating as far as what Websleuths is offering right now as part of their catalog. So today, as of right now, at 7:42 Central Time PM, 7:42 p.m. Central Time, Central Daylight Time, this is showing 69 videos. And then I was watching Allegedly Innocent earlier, and she said that the description changed too. So let's just read it into record, right? This is our court of public opinion. So it says, we are a true crime discussion live stream. The opinions expressed here are mine, Tricia, or those of our guest and co-host. They do not represent any organization. So if something dumb is said, please direct your anger at me. So you're saying you're responsible? Or only if something dumb? What if it's something wrong? What if it's something illegal? What if it's something defamatory? What if it's, you know, we can go on and on and on with that. This channel is now monetized, but every dollar raised here goes directly to DNAsolves.com. That money helps fund forensic DNA testing on unidentified remains and DNA evidence from victims, so investigators can identify the unknown and find the people responsible. If you send a super chat, that money goes straight to DNA Solves. Not all of it. Anyways, if you see ads, that revenue also goes to DNA Solves. Not exactly. It goes to YouTube too. All right. In other words, by watching tonight, no, you're fucking not. You're not helping solve a case by watching Websleuths. Just as much as you're not saving a traffic child by getting tickets to Sound of Freedom. Okay. Anyways, sorry that I didn't even know that. Please check out the True Crime Discussion forum at websleuths.com. And again, I'm going to say it because I find it interesting that whenever Tricia does go live, which is often, she always uses, like, her latest is Brian Enton. And I mean, she just plays his shit forever. and doesn't interject. She doesn't, used to, she would at least pause every few seconds or every so often and say, oh, in accordance with YouTube's whatever policy, blah, blah, blah. And I mean, she doesn't even try to add to the conversation. Okay. It's like Borefest. If I wanted to watch Brian Enton, I would go to Brian Enton's channel, right? I mean, right? Anyways, it's wild. Look, she's at 161,540 views, 69 videos. That has fluctuated over the past couple days. And she joined July 31st, 2015. She is still stuck at 48.8 thousand subscribers, which, I mean, it's dropped, a little bit from 49. She was almost at 50,000. And it seems like when she came back from CrimeCon after passing out her card, with her personal phone number and just her name on it, like, hey, give me a call. No, I'm kidding. I don't know what she sounded like. I was not there. But can you imagine? It seems like she lost 100 subscribers from there. I don't know. Could just be those patterns I see, Stacy. Could just be those damn patterns. Oh, man. So anyways, strap on in. And we're going to have to, like today, we're going off of one of the videos that have been deleted because that's how transparent Websleuth is, in my opinion. Just so transparent. Let's see here. This is live, the live shows. So I've looked for the one on Scott Peterson that she did, not last night. This one was last night, which we will have to go over to today. At least the comments that were made in the chat. But I looked for the Scott Peterson one that was done not long ago, where she made some pretty, I can see why she deleted it, I can see why she deleted it. I would delete it too. I would have never said it. But that's me. So let's see. I don't really even know what to tackle first. Let me go let me touch base. Let me touch base with you guys. All right. For a mediocre time, less than mediocre, let's be honest. Can you imagine? I really would love to hear from Doug. Doug, if you're out there, Mr. Griffith, please, we understand. You have a safe space here, okay? Her ex-husband. Hey, Paula. Hey, Soulshine again. Hey. Hey, Googie. And Sketty Nona. You can barely hear? Do I sound okay? Or, can you hear me? Or is it just an issue with Sketty? Oh, it's hailing at your house. That's why you can't. Oh my God, are you okay? I understand. That's very terrifying. It sounds terrifying. My daughter, like when she was a baby, we were almost home. I mean, it was around the block, around the corner, but I had to pull under refuge under a tree because it started hailing out of nowhere. And I mean, I had to when I stopped the car, parked it, and we were just kind of hunkered down, and it was me and my best friend, and my baby was in the back seat. And so I had to unbuckle her, grab her, and just hold her and console her. Because it looked like it traumatized the poor baby, it was, because it was scary. It was scary. It was scary to me. But I understand. What kept me grounded one night, not too long ago, Jason had just left to go pick our son up from work, and all hell broke loose. Okay. I was like, what the hell? I was looking on our cameras and I was like, oh my God, it is going sideways out there. And I live in a mobile home. Not cool. No bueno. And I mean, it just was out of nowhere. I was home by myself and the lights went out. And so Jay was streaming and I was that's the only thing that kept me grounded to not lose my shit. Okay. Cause I was there by myself. Jason was kind of stuck in it out in the elements. And anyways, it was wild, scary, very real, very real. The frogs give commentary, right? Don't they? Rabbit. It's riveting. Starting spaghetti. Hey, Lindsay. I saw you over at Lynn's channel, which she had me cracking up. I didn't comment, but it was funny. I might share her opening with that too, because I mean, it's very, it's a satirical look at these people and their mindset. JLR, Tricia, Lauren, just, and I mean, those are just there's way more than that. Just, we can only cover so many at a time. And I'm only covering Tricia and Lauren because they inserted themselves into my life and turned out to be real big assholes, in my opinion. So, where's that at? Let's see. Just a second. Let's go over this. This is OLOP's Stop Normalizing This Web Sleuth Yearly End of the World Party. And this was 8 days ago. I'm going to grab her link and share it in the chat. Thank you, OLOP, for all that you do to just group these things together and drive me nuts. No, I'm kidding. She does drive me nuts, though. But to hear it just back to back to back to back like that is so revealing. Ew. All right. Oh,
hey everyone. We need to talk about the absolute hypocrisy happening right in front of us. On recent live streams, Tricia Griffith and her executive producer, Stacy, have been calling you trolls for asking valid questions. They've been claiming that a woman named Daphne is committing fraud. But today I am bringing the actual court receipts. We don't need exploiters and frauds telling us how to spot criminals when they are projecting a holier-than-thou attitude while trying to use a deceased supporter like a cash register. Let's look at the facts. Beth B., a supporter of theirs, passed away. Almost immediately, Patricia A. Griffith filed a creditor's first amended application trying to get appointed as a temporary administrator of Beth B.'s estate.
So sick.
Tricia legally claimed that Beth B. died intestate, meaning without a will. Why would she do that? Because Tricia told the court she was a creditor who relied on promises of estate property to her detriment. She claimed she deserved to be compensated for benefits she gave Beth B. during her life. Tricia wanted total control of Beth B.'s assets, which included a $288,000 home, 2 cars, and multiple bank accounts. To get that control, Tricia launched a legal smear campaign against Daphne, the person who's actually trying to handle Beth B.'s estate. Tricia filed court documents accusing Daphne of committing fraud to access Beth B.'s accounts and depleting the estate's finances. This is exactly what Tricia and Stacy have been echoing on YouTube. But here is what they aren't telling you. Tricia's entire scheme relied on the court believing that there was no will, but there was. Daphne produced Beth B.'s valid, self-proved last will and testament from July 21st, 2011. And guess who Beth B. left her estate to? Not Tricia. Beth B.'s will explicitly named a charity, the Tri-City Animal Shelter, as the sole beneficiary. Tricia tried to use unwritten verbal promises to legally override an actual will and take money directly out of the hands of this animal shelter. When Tricia made her wild fraud accusations, Daphne's lawyers filed a general denial, legally demanding that Tricia actually prove her claims. She couldn't. The judge saw the truth, admitted Beth B.'s 2011 will into probate, and appointed Daphne as the independent administrator to protect the animal shelter's inheritance. The court shut Tricia down. Yes. This level of depravity, exploiting a deceased friend who supported your brand, shows exactly who these people are. And it brings me to something incredibly personal and non-negotiable.
I agree.
Tricia, I am speaking directly to you now. Listen up.
And now.
Every year you host your Not the End of the World, again, 24-hour live stream. You sit on camera, you sleep on camera, and you use the horrific tragedy that Chad and Lori Daybell inflicted on my family members as a backdrop to fundraise. Last year, you used my nephew JJ's school, the Life Academy, which is a wonderful school, to raise money. After seeing how you've treated Beth B's estate, I am drawing a very hard line right now. Do not dare use my family's names this year. Keep JJ out of your mouth. Keep Tylee out of your mouth. Keep my Uncle Charles out of your mouth. I refuse to allow you to exploit my family's pain or their immense goodness to gain any further support, clout, or financial backing for the Tricia Griffith brand. You do not get to project yourself as a savior or an advocate for victims while you are actively trying to gut an animal shelter's inheritance in probate court.
Boom. Hey, everybody coming in.
July 22nd, 2020. Okay. You know, we should
This is gross.
we should have like a countdown party to midnight.
Watch
July
our face
22nd.
too. Watch
You
our
want to do that?
expression.
I think that'd be fun. We should have the end of the world party, huh? We really should. Chad is free now.
She just did the two.
Yeah,
finger
Chad has
thing,
not
too. I
been
just
charged with
noticed.
anything, although he I'm sure he is under investigation. So we're gonna have to wait and see that. Ella
wasn't
says,
even
wait, if
arrested yet.
Chad's out, why doesn't he bring the kids? Well, because he follows Lori.
Mm-mm.
He follows Lori.
Are you jelly? I mean, just yeah. Whenever I watched, I mean, I've watched it a few times. Obviously, just it's damning to me, and I'm so glad that you captured this a lot before the 404 scrubbing bubbles went to work. Right, they are hard at work, dirty deleting, and yeah, it's disgusting. Watch your face.
And
though.
because I believe the kids are dead.
Oh yeah, before Chad's
Do you
arrested.
guys want to have an end of the
she
world
was
party on July
Victim
21st?
centered.
We'll use it Eastern time, okay? July 21st at, we can start it at like 11:49
Oh
and
shoot.
see what happens. What do you think?
Yeah.
It's the end of the world as we know it. Oh.
And now she's singing it to you. Yeah, because it was the end of the world for Tylee, Charles, JJ, and Tammy. It was certainly the end of the world for them. Let's celebrate.
Oh yeah, we should all wear our tinfoil hats. Absolutely. Okay, guys,
Girl,
you got it. That's our
I mean,
party.
I need to upload those.
I will schedule it as soon as I get off. We have
For
the
the
end of the
channel.
world party on July 21st. Okay, so that's a little under 2 months from now. We're going to do it, start it, like let's start it like at 11:30 Eastern on July 21st. Unless Lori Vallow has a specific time the world's going to end. If we can find that out, we'll start it like a half
We'll
hour
exploit
before.
it, too.
And I do believe that Lori and Chad, in my opinion, killed her kids. And she did kill, in my opinion, her kids for him. This is all for each other.
I feel like
Leading
you're
up
getting some inside
to this
information.
end of the world, July 22nd, which gives me a chance to segue into this
yeah.
advertisement. Don't forget, right before midnight Eastern, we'll do it Eastern time.
She'll turn
On
into a
July
pumpkin.
21st, we're going to have our end of the world party. Okay? We need to bring party favors and hats. I want everybody to dress up, and we're going to have an end of the world party. And won't we be shocked if the end of the world doesn't happen? I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't have anything planned past July 22nd, but hey, we are going to go live though. End of the world party. Remember, the most important thing is we are having an end of the world party here on Websleuth's YouTube Live on
So
July
proud of it,
21st.
too.
We need to narrow down the time here. I really need to find out. I would think there'd be a specific time that the world is supposed to end. I want to find out so we can be broadcasting live when it happens, because just think of all the people that will be watching us as the world ends. Wow. July 21st, end of the world party. We're going to start just a little bit before midnight Eastern time, celebrating the end of the world, which we know is not going to happen. And we're just going to rub it in Lori and Chad's face.
Because for sure, from prison and death row in prison, I'm for sure they're subscribers and, followers of Tricia here, right? So this whole proving it to them They were proven wrong in a court of law by the justice system. Okay, troll.
So
Gross.
we will have that party. Wear your tinfoil hat, please.
And
Okay,
cry
thank
if you
you.
want to.
We are having the end of the world party on July 21st. We're going to do kind of like a New Year's Eve thing that they do in Times Square. Not sure what time we're going to start the end of the world party. Just bring your tinfoil hats and any crazy, nutty conspiracy stuff you have. We're going to party. We're going to party like it's.
Their deaths were not conspiracy. I mean, it was a conspiracy to commit murders, but she's introducing as if she's mocking the victims. Tricia's mocking the victims here. And she's making fun of their murders. Okay, that's what I just got from that.
2020 end of the world, July 21st. At some time, I'm going to say at 11 p.m. Eastern, because I think we're going to go on Eastern time for the end of the world. I need to find out about that. I need to know if there is a set time that the end of the world is going to happen. Party, July 21st, right here.
You invite Melanie
on
and David.
Websleuthing YouTube Live. All right. No need to diet, people. The end of the world is coming. Eat up. And then if it doesn't come, then you start your diet after. Eat up. I'm going to go get me some chocolate mousse.
Where? From the fucking convenience store?
I'm going to bathe.
Tab?
Oh, sounds so good. We will be having the end of the world party. I will be inviting other YouTube creators to join us. I don't know how we'll do it, but who knows? So we're going to celebrate because according to Chad and Lori, since we're not one of the 144,000, that, our lives will be over and only they will be saved and they will lead them into a land of milk and honey and bologna. Yes, milk thank you. Honey. That money will go to the buffet. We'll serve things like bologna and
wait, but you'll have to ask for money for you, so they can pay for your meal. So next live stream,
bull things.
She's a panhandler.
All the things to do with Chad.
Tuesday is party night because we're going to party up to midnight.
And I think if it weren't for her family providing this cabin, and if it weren't for Beth B getting her moved down there to Texas, allegedly, she would probably maybe be in a homeless camp. I mean, right? She don't have that much jelly to work with, in my opinion.
July 22nd. You know what that is? It's the end of the world as we know it. Okay, I'm going to get my tinfoil hat. I'm trying to see if other YouTubers maybe want to join in and maybe we can all meet at Zoom somewhere or something. I can't.
Oh, yeah.
I can't host a Zoom because of my internet.
Why would you want to meet why would you want to do a Zoom with other creators? I mean, is that where the party's going to be? Why are we celebrating this? Why are we celebrating the end of the world for the victims? Why,
but I think it'd be great if we could get some more people together. If not, it'll just be you and me. Okay? We'll just party on.
These were children.
Because the world is ending. So you can eat what you want. I'm going to go eat what I want tonight. Forget about my diet. Yeah.
What diet?
That's what I'll do.
Nip tuck? Her diet, I heard, allegedly was nip tuck.
Chad and Lori said the end of the world is coming July 22nd. All right. They were going to lead the people, the 144,000,
I think you're
back into civilization. And then they were going to, be the leaders and start this whole new world, right?
That's interesting that she says that. I caught this the other day. Start this whole new world. Okay. So do you understand? Okay. So whenever you hear the 144,000, the end of the world, do you think of a new, would you just say new world? Do you think of a new world? Or do you think of like, oh my God, that's like Jesus is coming back, right? I mean, that's where I went at first. I was like, what the hell? And that's what got me in this freaking rabbit hole from hell as also, okay? And I'm like, okay, why is Lori saying that to Charles? Why she's the leader of 144,000, leading them into the new millennium. But then, I looked into LDS or into Mormonism, and the great and dreadful day of the Lord is actually the end of the world. Did y'all know that? Right. So that would be the term used if it were the end of the world. So this, my friends, has what I found out is it's a club. It is a club for elites. And I know you're like, Lori and Chad are not fucking elites. I get it. I get it. Okay, somebody's got to be at the bottom. Somebody got to do the stuff. Anyways, it's a movement, and it's been a movement for a very long time, decades. And these people take oaths, and they blood oaths. They swear, they promise never to tell. And it's been playing out for sure since the Manson murders. That's one I can identify a lot of things. And you can just kind of see it move over time. I didn't know about half the time. I wasn't even alive for some of these things. But I mean, just to look at it as this huge movement of these end time programmed, in my opinion, people, it's interesting. And what I wanted to share last night, and I don't even know if I did, was, Chad Daybell had this whole thing. And I say Chad Daybell, and what I mean by that is I never heard, I mean, he did talk about it, but they all talk about it, and they pretend like they don't or never did. And they're full of shit, because I find it, I can locate it and say, here, this is you talking about it. Cities of light. And so these cities of light, cities of refuge, and then in conjunction with how the temples, are announced every year. Well, except for this year, when President Oaks, president of the Mormon Church, he's the living prophet now. He has not announced any new temples that I'm aware of. And so just kind of looking at those, just the same time frame, and you're like, okay. And I'm saying this because it was a huge deal in the trial whenever Zulema Pastinez was testifying, and her whole thing allegedly was that they wanted her to move from Arizona to Rexburg because it was a city of refuge. Okay. And then like Sean Little Bear did an interview with Hidden True Crime, and he said that, it's not going to be a safe place up there. There's all kinds of, in Rexburg, I'm talking about, there's all kinds of, I forget what he said. Is there volcanoes up there? What am I thinking? Oh, the stuff right there by Yellowstone with the geysers and all that stuff. He was like, this is a dangerous place. So I'm like, okay, so alternative. You have to read between the lines with these people, okay? Because they're not coming right out and saying it. And if they do, they talk in religious babble, and you still have to figure it out. It's like a riddle, a constant, steady riddle of bullshit. And it's not meant to make sense. It's not going to make sense to a rational person. Okay, you're like, what? This sounds like Clownville. And it's meant that way. It's set up that way. It's by design. Okay, because then you look like a Fruit Loop. I look like a Fruit Loop, just trying to like work through all their bullshit. Okay, yes, they talk in erratic circles. Yes. But they profit directly off of instilling fear, driving fear. The end is near, blah, blah, blah. Tent cities, the church is going to come and they're going to do a call out, and everybody, the church is going to send 18-wheelers or semi. Oh, John better watch out. But they're going to send semis to your home to pick up your 7-year supply of food and all the stuff that you've been collecting, and that they teach themselves, that they push. Okay. And what I'm of the opinion is now is that I've done a lot of research here, and I will continue. Like I will read anything I can get my hands on who talks about this stuff. And yes, just me, you can control people who are afraid. Yes. It's crazy. But about the call out. I think it is actually a thing. I think Chad and Lori were part of a call out, and that's when they, you know, went to become sealed in a temple even. And people try to spin it and say that that was proxy, or that they did that in some little inconspicuous spot where no security or nobody was minding them. Hello, I don't think so. So then you're saying that your security sucks? Yeah, bullshit. Okay, this happened. I wasn't there because I can't get into a temple, nor do I want to. No shade, but I don't know. I get panic attacks around them. All right. Don't even know it's near. And I'm like, oh my God. And then I realized when I was in Salt Lake City, I was like, oh my God, maybe that's why I was having a panic attack. Shit, there was a temple right there. I didn't see it. Anyways. Oh yeah. And if mom says this, if Old Faithful erupts, anything is gone. I live about 200 miles from there and was once told we would have about 45 minutes before, oh wow, before it reaches us. I don't know how true this is though. And you don't want to test the theory either, right? Oh, I know. Oh, it's terrifying. Yeah, I live by, the industries like the plants, these, shit, I can't think of the name, industrial, chemical plants and stuff like that. So every now and then one will blow and it'll rattle your house, and you're like, oh shit. Do I need to turn off my air conditioners and close my windows? What do I need to do? Shelter in place? I mean, it is scary. It is. And I mean, I was raised, my stepdad, Dennis, my brother's dad. And I mean, I love Dennis. I did. I do. He passed away a couple years ago, but I mean, he was very fear inducing. Okay. No wonder I'm riddled with anxiety today. But I mean, like, he would tell me things like, put your feet inside the covers because, the devil will eat them at night. And I'm like, what? Like, what the hell? And so going through and reading into this satanic ritual abuse, which is actually just ritual abuse, these kind of things that's kind of a doorway or a gateway into that kind of mindset. So there's things that I've been through as a child growing up that were taught, told, or used as fear, to scare me. These things are they range in severity, of course, the severity is, ended up like Tylee and JJ, in my opinion, all the way to what's spiritually worse. I think when you break a child's spirit by sexually abusing them, that's pretty disgusting and earth-shattering as well. So, but these people, like, I'm not saying that happened to me, but these people, or this kind of sadistic, inverted mindset, that's what they do to program their children, to scare them. They instill fear, they drive fear, even use sexual abuse to cause the child's mind to split into parts. And once that happens, it's like I just said, the breaking of the spirit, it's just gross. It's so gross to even think about. Like, I'm sitting here telling you, and my mind's like, oh, because it's so methodical and deep-seated and intentional and disgusting. And I really do. I am of the opinion, I don't have anything to back this up right now. I mean, besides if Tricia were to come right out and say this, or if Lauren would have come right out and say this, The Mormonizing of America. I also found one called, The Godmakers is good about yeah. Now you can't say the Godmakers around here because they're like, oh, they're anti-Mormon. No, they're just calling you on your bullshit. Okay. That'd be like Tricia saying that we're anti-Tricia. It's the same thing. But yeah, thank you. For anybody else who wants to know too. I've not heard about, maybe The Mormonizing of America, I think, is by Bill Schnoblin, right? And he worked with the what's his name? the guy Ed Decker, who they made the God Makers. Actually, I think that's who the. I think I have that paper. Actually, it's a PDF. I have the Mormonizing of America. I think so. Now that I'm thinking about it, yes. Also recommend Jesus and John Wayne as Lindsay. Yeah. Hey, Katie. Katie. Hey, I don't care. I need to know, right? I'm so glad my child will never have to experience what I went through. I'm so sorry to hear that. And I'm glad to hear that too. Glad to hear your child will never experience that. And I'm so sorry if that was your experience. But I feel like this is just my gut instinct, looking into how Lauren and Tricia, they pay no mind to boundaries, personal boundaries. They'll trample right over them. No respect. They are sadistic. They get off on this, they get off on saying all the trigger words, all the murder, rape, torture. They accentuate these things. They don't try to protect the victim, in my opinion, ever. They exploit the victim. They exploit the situation. They intertwine, like they'll put themselves and switch, and they become the victim, and they weaponize, in my opinion, as well, the victim's reality. Okay. And then it's like a bait and switch or something, and then they become the victim, and then you feel sorry for them, and you're like, oh, they're just being advocates. No, they just got over on you. Okay, they just pulled the wool right over your eyes, and now you're victimizing the victim and playing the game. Reverse Uno. There you go. That I need a damn channel. What do you call it? Emoji. Shit, I need some emojis. I have the 404 scrubbing bubbles, and I have the reverse Uno. I just need to upload them. Damn. But yeah, it's so gross. Sadism is a thing with these people, big time. It's inverted for them. They get off on this. I'm telling you. I mean, there's big business here. This is a multi-billion-dollar now industry, and CrimeCon is helping feed this mindset, this fandom. But so has Dateline 20. These network shows. These, not to mention Netflix and Chill. It's a thing, and we're watching it in real time, and it wasn't like this, or I really don't know. I'd have to talk to somebody from times of past, where there were just newspapers and reporters on newscast, at night or whatever, they would rarely do these documentaries. I don't know much about SDA, but Mormonism is all about fear and control too. Yes. So you can relate. Yeah, totally. I mean, they go hand in hand, right? And to know and to be like, I've studied these people in this Mormon pipeline, and it involves elites. Okay. It goes all the way up to the highest ranks, to the upper echelon. And those people are never held accountable. And they wiggle out of a lot of things, cause things to kind of, investigations into Tim Ballard. It got the kibosh. So, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I know. They used to show him on stream. Okay, I've seen it. I've seen him on stream. And I'm like, I didn't really understand it either at that time. I didn't start understanding or realizing the damage, the exploitation that we do with our own children. Social media. I used to share pictures of my family, my kids, Oh my God, it's my family, And I didn't start understanding and realizing these things until Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt. That's when I started like, oh, which you would think that, like, and I'm saying this has nothing to do with like Megan showing her family or her kids or anything, but it has something to do with why didn't she pick up the same things of maybe I shouldn't do that when it comes to life coaching and not being certified or, just out there doing whatever the hell you want and thinking you're above everything. How can you cover these stories and not do some self-reflection and say, "Oh, I do that. Oh, I'm guilty of that." It's not like incriminating. You know what I mean? Like it's not saying you're a bad person if you realize that, "Oh, I was unaware that I even do that." But they can't do this. Like they don't have the ability. They do. They just choose they're better than that. Um yeah, good job, just me. I learned to privatize my videos. My photos. Um I think so. Was it off though? Was he on camera or was it just kind of yeah, she blurred his face. That's what it was. It was more recent too. And she doesn't cook, right? She's admitted that. And so there were like some cold cuts on a paper plate. The fine kind, the fine china paper plate. Yeah. So again, I didn't realize these things until I'm sitting here looking at it, and then I'm like, oh, that's what this means. Hey, Moments in Trading. I laughed my ass off last night when I went back to rewatch my damn show. And, I don't get to catch y'all's comments and stuff usually while I'm talking and on other screens. So and I can't remember it, but it was flipping. It was so hilarious. It was something about Pee Wee Herman, and I stopped it and I was like, I was laughing. Jason was sleeping. And he was like, but I woke him up, I guess. He was like, what? And I was like, Moments in Trading. And I was like, so punny, and I appreciate how punny they are. But yeah. The kids' deaths and murders mock murder victims and children. You are vile. Tricia. Yeah. Hey, our opinions. Oh my gosh. Paper plate face, right? I must have missed that Turtle Boy because I didn't really watch him until I don't remember a lot of that stuff. It was so much to process. Like I didn't watch much of Jolene either like with the Lauren stuff. And anyways, I was just processing everything and trying to put it into words and the realization of, oh my God, it's like a long or a delayed reaction, basically. So they get to know they're doing it. Like they know what they're doing. And so Lauren to do the 9-hour live was like dropping a bomb. And then, like I said, like pulling the pin, throwing the bomb over her or the whatever it is, over her shoulder, the grenade, and then never looking back and saying, okay, I'm all done. I just shit on you, but nothing to see here. And so they're like, move on. Why aren't you moving on? And I'm like, we just got blown into parts over here. We're like, is this your arm? Is this your toe? I'm being facetious, but it's like that. And they're like, nothing to see here. Yeah, the last to know. I'm late for everything anyway. So this was not by choice. This was by betrayal. It's just betrayal. And cuntism. I just made up a new word. Sorry for you little virgin ears. Instead of going to Crime Con 2027, I'm treating myself to a long weekend in Palm Springs. Plus, it's a 2.5-hour flight versus a 6-hour flight. Laugh out loud. You are one smart lady. And look, I have chills right now because that's such a great idea. Go on vacation with your family. Go by yourself. Just don't feed into the money machine railing over all of us right now, especially at least I can speak from my experience. I know there are some victims who go there. I believe they're not aware, perhaps to the extent. I don't know. Their situation's different than mine. You know, they don't have Lauren and they don't have Tricia, but some of them do. Some of them have both. Some of them only have one. They just haven't met that yet, you know, and I don't want them to. But I mean, this happens every case, every damn case. I'm telling you, I promise you that this happens a lot. I haven't even looked for those kind of things yet. Like to look for other people's stories yet, because it's, I mean, I've ran across some, but not in today's, I guess. I don't know. I think I'm kind of speaking ignorant right now. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to check. I'm gonna check into that. I want to know. I want to know what other families have experienced. Do they talk out about it? Do they choose not to talk out about it? Why? You know, like, I'm intrigued now. Great. I love it's job security, as they say. Tons of things to learn. All right, so let me go back. Hey, Salty. Let me go back over here and press this again. Y'all ready to be triggered?
Well,
Instead of trigger warning, are you ready to be triggered by Tricia? Tricia, trigger warning.
Well, we all know that's baloney. We all know that's not going to happen. So I was trying to think of something we could do that would be interesting.
Get a haircut.
Also to help celebrate Tylee and JJ and their life and what they meant.
Lives,
and
plural.
What I could do with the incredibly limited
Budget?
Tools to me. The only tool I have is what you're looking at right now, is the camera in my phone. I can't use.
That's a tool. Those are weapons over here from our view. Those are weapons, lady.
Use Zoom because my internet is too weak.
Good.
I can't do anything else because when it comes to anything technical, I am severely damaged emotionally.
Oh God, yeah.
Emotionally, physically, and brain-wise in that area.
Oh, frontal lobe for sure. It's eroding, probably. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm going to do?
Nope.
So we're going to go with Utah time, which is Mountain time, because that's the time Lori and Chad go by. So,
okay.
Tomorrow, Tuesday the 21st.
Actually, they time travel. No, I'm kidding. I don't know.
At 11:50 p.m. Mountain, that would be 1:50 p.m. Eastern.
Oh my God, I gotta talk to you about
12:50 p.m. Central, and 10:50 p.m.
She closes her
Pacific.
eyes, trying to remember stuff.
I'm going to turn on this live stream.
Oh,
and I'm going to keep it on for 24 hours. 24 hours and 10 minutes. It is going to go from midnight to midnight.
Oh my God. Is she going to bitch the whole time?
And during that time, what we're going to do is we're going to celebrate Tylee and JJ. And I'll also be telling you about cases, missing kids cases that don't get the attention they deserve. Now,
you don't make money off of those as much. You don't draw attention. That's why you use my family's case. I've done the work, sister, before you could delete it and try to hide what you're doing. But I mean, and it also happened with the Gabby Petito case and what was the other one? Lori and Chad. But I mean, she would time these things to fundraise on her website with major happenings, major movement and things that were happening in Lori and Chad Daybell's case, as well as Gabby Petito, Brian Laundrie, that case, because that's what she does. It's going to generate traffic. It's going to generate revenue, ad revenue. It's a big money maker. And besides her mouth, okay, she weaponizes her forum. It appears. That's what it looks like. She weaponizes her members. She weaponizes her forums. She's Sarah Crossbody made a comment one time, and I wish I could quote her exactly. If I had it right here, I would, but I just want to give credit to her because she made me realize that Tricia is the Chad Daybell of Web Sleuths, basically. It's going to go dark. It's a threat. It's a fucking threat. And she's like, if I don't get my way, if you don't pay me, pay to stay, pay to play. And she's into pay to play, right? Allegedly, plead the fifth, pay to play. You got to feed this right here, this machine. And then she'll shut up for 2 seconds until the next day. And then she's going to use it again to fearmonger. And everything's the site, the community that we have built here is going to go dark if this doesn't happen. Mark my words.
Now, I'm going to sleep right here. You're going to see me sleep. And I'll keep checking in. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
And we'll have the chat going. And I'm going to have some YouTube creators call in as well. I'm lining those people up. And we're going to go for 24 hours.
Y'all.
And I kind of feel what I feel that we're doing this together.
Ashley,
is I feel we are basically giving the finger to Chad and Lori, saying, screw you. We're going to take this day, the full day that you said the world was going to end. We're going to hang on. We're going to be live the whole time to prove, first of all, that you're liars and dirtbags and scumbags. But we're going to celebrate the children that you killed. And
I'm just like, wow. We're going to take this day back. I didn't know that Chad harmed Tricia. Anybody? Did they instill fear in Tricia? And should we harm people? Should we antagonize people who instill fear in their communities and harm people? Should we? I mean, that's a very fair question. Because of what I just said right before this, with, hey, we're going to go dark if you don't pay me. Basically, she don't say just that, but I mean, the dry begging, basically flat out, she just denies that she does it. That's all. I can deny things too. I mean, everybody can. Thank God. Some of us have a conscience, in my opinion.
And we're going to talk about
Chad
and Lori saying, screw you. YouTube creators call in as well. I'm lining those people up. And we're going to go for 24 hours. And I kind of feel what I feel that we're doing this together, is I feel we are basically giving the finger to Chad and Lori.
Absolutely.
Saying, screw you. We're going to take this day, the full day that you said the world was going to end. We're going to hang on. We're going to be live the whole time to prove, first of all, that you're liars and dirtbags and scumbags. But we're going to celebrate the children that you killed. And we're going to talk about kids that are missing, who have parents and people that love them and are looking for them, not killing them. Okay. And we'll have some fun in between.
What are the stats for when a child goes missing? Usually you look at their parents, you look at the people raising them, providing daycare. Yeah, I don't know. I went probably too far with my thought process on that, but I'll say it again.
But we're going to celebrate the children that you
people
killed.
That love them.
And we're going to talk about kids that are missing, who have parents and people that love them and are looking for them, not killing them. Okay.
That something's wrong right there. Of kids who go missing, who have parents who love them and care for them, not killing them. So, I mean, that's exactly what happened to Tally and JJ. But wait, and I feel like I'm going.
And we'll have some fun in between as well.
Let me let it go.
Okay, we are not celebrating murder.
Yeah, you are.
We are celebrating the lives of children. The 24-hour deal in honor of
she does.
Tylee and JJ, because Lori and Chad said the end of the world was going to happen on the 22nd. So we broadcast live that whole day, waiting for the end of the world, which didn't happen. We're going to do it every year, and we're going to do it in honor of Tylee and JJ, and to let Lori and Chad know that we will never forget those kids, even though, in my opinion, they murdered them. And we'll turn it into a spotlight on all murdered children. And I hope we are going to make it an annual thing. I hope it just gets bigger and bigger. I'll never forget when I kept telling everybody I was going to do something fun and big for the end of the world, because, our lives were going to end. So we might as well be together when it happened, because, hey, Chad said so.
She said so.
So we're going to do it. And I thought,
did she? it was it around that time that I was like, something's wrong right here. It's like the wording, right? Which I mean, she's gonna just say that she didn't mean to word it that way, if she even addressed it front on. I'm curious. Curious. And then this normal Idaho mom. Thank God for normal Idaho moms, right? But there's this one who we love. Tricia, I am pretty sure everyone knows what a scumbag Chad Daybell is. We don't need you to broadcast for us to know about that or to write letters to him, right? On her Facebook group where her address is shared, by the way, where, you can write your own letter to Chad in prison, which is an inversion of the same shit. It's weird. It's some weird inverted shit that they're doing. Yes, that's what they're doing. Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate you being here. Oh, good, Maury. Where are y'all? What state? Is it coming to Louisiana? Well, hunker down now. I'm going to go nowhere. I'm going to stay right here and bitch about it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Max Velocity. I watch that too sometimes. I don't know how they handle so many in chat. I'm like, oh my God. But yeah, stay safe, you guys. If you're in the line of any kind of bad weather, use your noggin. I think Tricia even had one of those videos where she talked about when it hailed in Dallas. Yeah, where did I see that at? Well, it's probably not there anymore, right? Because she done wiped her channel. You and cut off. Oh shit. Okay, that's at the toes of Wheezy. We used to make runs to cut off all the time. It's crazy. Over there, up the bayou. I mean, down the bayou, right? I worked in Grand Isle. It was awesome. I mean, it was an oil spill. So wasn't that awesome? It was disaster, moneymaker, moneymaker on an island that I couldn't swim in the water. That was the irony of it. I was like, what kind of fuck shit is this? Cannot swim because there was oil in it. Anyways,
Can't do anything. I can't even put a picture up on my stream because my internet is so weak, and I thought the only thing I can do is broadcast the whole time that the world is supposed to end. And that's as much thought as I put into it. It was, it wasn't any great thought, but I thought everyone's going to think this is stupid. So cool. No one's going to watch. Nope. I mean, I fell asleep.
Nobody really does watch these things
on camera. Just slept for like hours. And so many great people stayed up all night and watched the chat room. And it was really fun. And so, yeah, we are going to make sure that we do this every year, because we will not let Tylee and JJ be forgotten, even though their mother and the good godlike man, Chad, not only wanted them forgotten, but they murdered them to make sure they wouldn't be here. Tricia K. Easton said his birthday is tomorrow. And yes, he'd be 9. Oh, Lori just makes me sick. Just reminded me, we will be doing another end of the world 24-hour broadcast to honor JJ and Tylee.
What? Wait, hold on. I was on another screen. So that's okay.
It is tomorrow, and yes, he'd be 9.
So she's like, okay, I'm in chat, and then so she takes this opportunity to segue into self-promotion.
Lori just makes me sick. Just reminded me, we will be.
She's a trauma pimp.
Doing another end of the world 24-hour broadcast to honor JJ and Tylee,
amongst other things.
On I think it's July 23rd, because that was the day.
July 22nd. They're always like, it's not that fucking hard.
The world was supposed to end, remember?
Especially if it's to celebrate, quote unquote.
So we did a 24-hour broadcast because I thought, hey, if Chad and Lori says the end of the world is happening, then guess what? It must be. We better be together. And so we did because I had no idea what we could do, but we stayed together. And shockingly, the end of the world did not happen. So, yeah, I know. I was just as surprised as you are. So we've decided to do this every year in honor of JJ and Tylee, and
in honor of all the murdered children. So we're going to make it an annual event. We'll have t-shirts and fun stuff going on. So do remember that as well. Don't forget, we're coming upon our 24-hour broadcast that we started last year in the name of JJ and Tylee, because JJ and Tylee's mother forgot about them, but we're not going to. So last year, Chad claimed that the end of the world was going to come on the, I keep forgetting, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, one of those days. It's going to be the end of the world. And then the 144,000 would rise up and take over. And
Rise up.
that's
That's
blah,
a
blah,
weird
blah,
word.
blah, blah. So we did
Rise up. That's one of those words that I look for with Tim Ballard. Okay, rise up. It's one of them scary words to me. Okay, that means, oh shit, this movement is about to rise up. And so what's up, look at all the people down. Okay, because that's what they do. They step on people's heads, in my opinion.
a 24-hour broadcast waiting for the end of the world. I thought, hey, if the end of the world is coming, I want to be with you people. I like you guys, so we can all be together and burn up and go to hell like Chad thought we would. So we decided that every year we're going to do a 24-hour broadcast in memory of JJ and Tylee and all of the children who have been murdered by people that are supposed to love them. I will be doing another 24-hour broadcast. I will be sleeping in front of the camera.
Gross.
And if, you all want to make plans to stay up with me, we will be looking just for that 24-hour period, some mods to help us out. If you have any idea, I would like to possibly raise money to go if there is any sort of charity that has been approved by maybe Annie Cushing or somebody. If we could raise some money for kids, for missing kids, because we're doing this in honor of
What
JJ
about?
and
I'm
Tylee
saying
to
no,
let the
and you're
world
fucking
know
saying I'm
that
not good
even
enough. But wait, what?
approved by.
Let me back it up. Hold on.
If you have any idea, I would like to possibly raise money to go if there is any sort of charity that has been approved by maybe Annie Cushing.
Okay, so last year, Tricia, because I did go through my conversations with Stacy last night after the stream, and I went through this, my conversation with Tricia, except for my old phone. I still have to charge it up to go look and see, when my conversation started, text wise, at least, an email with these women. And just so kind of looking back on it to refresh my memory. I mean, I've forgotten a lot of things. Again, it's like one of the ways they take advantage of people who are dealing with a freaking massive murder case. A conspiracy, there's all kinds of players named and unnamed and just all these things. And they took advantage of my family. Okay. And the situation, and they're running with it, because right here she's asking, check with Annie to see if there's any kind of approved charities. Well, last year, Stacy and Tricia both asked me, separate conversations, text messages, what, if any, charities does my mom and Larry, what would they like the money to be raised in the name of what charity do they approve of? And so I talked to mom. I never did give Tricia my mom's phone number. Thank God. Okay. Thank God. If I would have, Tricia would have vultured cacao. Okay. Right on top of her head. And fuck that. Alrighty. I'd rather be my head than my mom and dad's. Okay. Period. But so, my mom got back with me and she told me about Life Academy. That's how it worked before. We have no ties to, Life Academy, as far as financial. Okay. So, and we never did get to look into nonprofit organizations. I stopped. Jen, my friend, even sent me a book about how to go about creating a nonprofit. But then I was freaked out by all the nonprofit, in my opinion, looks like shell companies or like a money laundering machine that I'm not saying all. I'm just saying the people that I research and investigate. I'm just like, why do they all have nonprofits? Weird. Maybe not weird, but it is to me. And so it kind of shied me away from it. That, and I had too much on my plate. So I got back with Trish and I was like, Life Academy, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, so that's interesting. Just this part.
24-hour period, some mods to help us out. If you have any idea, I would like to possibly raise money to go if there is any sort of
raise money to go
charity that has been approved by.
Raise money to go where? You're going to this.
We decided that every year we're going to do a 24-hour broadcast in.
I have a feeling that the OLAP has every one of these episodes in full. I just have that feeling.
Memory of JJ and Tylee and all of the children who have been murdered by people that are supposed to love them. I will be doing another 24-hour broadcast. I will be sleeping in front of the camera.
Where are you going?
And if
you
know, you all want to make plans to stay up with me, we will be looking just for that 24-hour period, some mods to help us out.
Mm-hmm.
If you have any idea, I would like to possibly raise money to go if there is any sort of
I guess to go to charity, maybe
charity that has been approved by maybe Annie Cushing or somebody. If we could raise some money for kids, for missing kids, because we're doing this.
Because who doesn't want that, right? Who doesn't want to raise money in the name of kids, especially in the name of murdered children? And this is the tactic she's using on me. And I know she's used it before. Who she said the other day, or she says this a couple times in recent streams where she says, oh my God, like who would not want to raise money for JJ's school? Like, oh my God, that's me. Because I'm saying don't raise money in JJ's name or in Tylee's name or in Charles's name for that school. So do you see the reverse manipulation going on? I become the villain. She becomes, like, oh my God, she's also the victim, right? Because who would not want that? And it makes me, it points to me hating the school of teaching, autistic children. You're a fucking piece of shit, Tricia. But we all know that. And girl, you better do some getting right with the Lord, in my opinion. Oof, I couldn't be, your age and not be right with the Lord. just throwing that out there. That's crazy.
In honor of JJ and Tylee, to let the world know that even though their mother forgot about them, we didn't. If you're just joining us, this is the End of the World broadcast again. We're going to do it every year on July 22nd, where we do a live show for 24 hours.
Is she like Scrooge?
We started it out because Chad said the world was going to end July 22nd, 2020. So we all got really scared. Yeah, and we all decided to meet here on this channel because we thought.
You know who did get scared probably before their lives were taken from them? Probably Tammy, probably Charles, probably Joe. And I'm pretty fucking sure Tylee and JJ, they were probably scared. Let's listen to.
Even though their mother forgot about them, we didn't. If you're just joining us, this is the End of the World broadcast again. We're going to do it every year on July 22nd, where we do a live show for 24 hours. We started it out because Chad said the world was going to end July 22nd, 2020. So we all got really scared. And we all decided to meet here on this channel because we thought we were going to die. Shockingly,
oh my God.
Nothing happened. So
Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe, they all died. It did happen. You bitch. Oh my God.
We do a live show for 24 hours. We started it out because Chad said the world was going to end July 22nd, 2020. So we all got really scared. And we all decided to meet here on this channel because we thought we were going to die. Shockingly, nothing happened. So we're going to do this every year to remember JJ and Tylee because so many people, love them. We've gotten to know them. And I wish and I hope there's some way they know how much they mean to people all over the world that they've never met.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm very sorry that they had the evil mother and evil stepfather and evil uncle that they had. It's so unfair and so wrong. I have to either,
if she was,
go
it would
get a
explain
part-time
something.
job and give up this YouTube channel, or make more money on this YouTube channel. Because my full-time job is websleuths.com,
Girl,
a
it's
true crime
hooking.
discussion forum. Okay, this is like
make
my
money.
second job. So if you can, just, if a group of people gave us, a bunch of people gave a small amount, that would be incredible.
Yeah.
But I'm going to have to really reevaluate, and I will do that.
How many are in chat right now? There's 158 of you. If you all just write a check right now for 1,000, or let's just go 100. Okay, not 1,000, $100, and send it to Web Sleuths. I'm sorry, make that out to Tricia, not Web Sleuths, and don't let Sue see it. Right? I mean, I'm just being facetious, of course, but yeah, she's done it.
I won't end this until after the end of the world broadcast.
thank
If I
God.
have to end it, if I have to, it would be after the end of the world broadcast. Remember, we do that every year, and it is to remember JJ and Tylee, because their mom and their psycho mean stepdad, Chad and Lori.
Yeah, to correct you, Tricia, that wasn't their stepdad. That was Lori's side piece. She was fucking him and going to temples. Straight up. They were going to learn how to vibrate at a higher rate. Yeah. So get your facts straight, lady. That's what she looks like.
Lori, they claimed the end of the world was going to happen. I keep forgetting, is it July 22nd or July 23rd?
Ooh.
Anyway, it was supposed to happen in 2020. We did a live broadcast because, hey, the world was ending. Let's
there you
be
go.
together when it happens. Well, shockingly, it didn't happen. And so now every year
surprisingly, also, each of the victims were alone and by themselves and had to face that. I mean, just to put the reality to this, I mean, Tylee was found dismembered, partially burned, partial skull, the green bucket, right? I mean, just near the bonfire. And then JJ was wrapped in an overt amount of duct tape from his ears, from there all the way down his arms, each arm individually, and then together, and then his ankles, and then, I mean, I'm saying this, it's hard to say it, but it's relevant to what we're going to analyze here in a little bit. Oh, shit.
So that will be going on anyway. I just, again, I have to reevaluate.
You need to reevaluate your life.
What I need to do, because it's all on me. We're going to do the end of the world again live stream in celebration of Tylee and JJ.
Celebrate.
Because this is when Chad Daybell said the end of the world was happening, was July 23rd, 2020. Okay, so it's 10:55 p.m. Pacific time on Friday, 11:55 p.m. Mountain time on Friday, 12:55 a.m. Central time, Saturday.
Okay, hold on. Let's do a little palate cleanser. It's going to be sad, but meaningful. Cool. What the hell, did I miss this? I must have. Mental health. Look at her fucking picture. Dreadful Penny, you go, girl. Right here. Oh my Lord. Good job. I might have to snatch that one too and add my own flair to it. Not much more you can do though. It's got the fingers up and everything, the middle fingers. Oh shit.
JJ attended. They held a memorial for JJ. And this happened at the Laurel Institute for Education. It's a school that serves adults and children with behavioral and developmental issues and disabilities. Fox 10's Brian Kay has that story.
As we get dubbed for having mental health issues, right? For speaking out. Of course, we must have no frontal lobe.
Right.
But that's what this called.
I hope you're dancing in the sky. I hope you're sailing in the angels' choir.
We were so hopeful that, he was going to be found. He was going to come home. When we received the news that they had found JJ, we just, we lost it.
JJ, you were taken from us
Oh, baby.
and this world too soon. We will miss you, but never forget you. This is the last call for JJ.
Oh. Oh.
Rest in heaven, JJ. We will watch over all your friends from here.
Now we owe it to JJ to honor him, and now we do need to speak out for him, and we do need to speak out for all that he was and all that we've lost.
I miss his smile, I miss his laughter, and
Oh my God. That is Margaret Trevelyan, maybe? Hold on, let me see that again.
Here.
Now we owe it to JJ to honor him, and now we do need to speak out for him, and we do.
So that's who was on Tricia's show last year. And she was so sweet. And she brought so much perspective to JJ and Tylee and Charles. Yeah. Whoa.
Need to speak out for
for
all
them
that he
too.
was and all that we've lost.
I miss his smile, I miss his laughter, I miss, our Friday dance parties and just celebrating all of our successes. And he was just a fun boy to be around and just really did love everyone.
JJ was a great kid. A lot of times in the work that we do, we kind of prepare ourselves to lose some of our students, but you're never prepared for something like this. And JJ deserved a lot better.
You are our angel, our darling, our star, and our love will find you wherever you are. We love you, JJ.
They all needed to cry. They all needed to honor JJ. And I think they all needed this moment in time to know that it's okay to be sad. And now we can move forward.
Whew, fudge. Hold on, I gotta catch my fucking breath. God dang, I forget how. I mean that art. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but it's I've sobbed at that story so many times. I've screen recorded it and uploaded it. That's how much I'd go and look at it. Oh my God. Okay, thank y'all for doing that with me. That is hard, but meaningful. And then when you put it in comparison with this one, you see the difference.
Morning, 1:55 Eastern, Saturday morning. What we do is we broadcast live for 24 hours. We have lots of guests, and I want to encourage you to make your tin foil hat. We'll have another contest, and people can call in wearing their tin foil hats because, that's kind of just represents Chad so well, I do believe. My friends, I would ask if you could make a donation. That would be very, very helpful. I had to renew my StreamYard today, and actually I'm not going to have to pay
$85 a month
for it until, believe it or not, the same day as the 24-hour broadcast that we do every year now, called the End of the World Again broadcast, to celebrate the life of JJ, Ryan, and Tylee. Excuse me, JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan. And
Thank
I
you a
did
lot.
have to.
It was you too.
Sorry. Anyway,
Or you.
it costs money to keep this
For
up.
sure.
If you
Thank
could
you.
donate, if half the people in chat could send me $1 or $2, that would help this channel greatly. And as you know, most live streams ask for donations. It's all part of what YouTube is about and what we're doing.
But to add to that, Sketty Nona, it's so sad. JJ had a good life going. So evil how Lori took it all away. Bit by bit, home, school, his dog, his father, his sister. And then if you add on top of that, after death, post-mortem, you have Tricia, you have Lauren, who know all the same things that happened. And that there's families and friends, teachers, loved ones. Hell, we have a frequent chatter, Galen, who was like the second search team or whatever with the dogs, the cadaver dogs at the property. And she visits here. This affected a lot of people, and they are just so blatantly and just so gross, egregiously. It's so gross. Openly just mocking it, celebrating it, having fun, and exploiting it. The tragedies that not only the victims, but the living family members and friends and everybody who has impacted. It has not impacted Tricia. It has not impacted Stacy, Lauren. They were like, oh, let me build a brand. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, let me have a freaking celebration. I'm not making, but just to add to your comment, Sketty, it's like, oh my God, when you put all that into perspective, you're like, oh my God, that's so atrocious. It's so deliberate. It's so deliberate, and it's so cruel. It is so cruel. Oh, I'm glad we're doing this together, y'all. Holy shit. Am I frozen? No. Allegedly.
The end of the world, I think, was going to be on July 22nd, 2020. And so to commemorate that, I did a 24-hour live stream because I said, if we're all going to die, let's die together. We are organizing our End of the World Again live broadcast for 24 hours straight. It starts, I think, July 22nd or the 23rd. I can't remember.
Every year.
Anyway,
You don't remember.
It is in honor of JJ and Kylie. And it was started because we, I didn't have any idea what to do at the end of the world. That's when Lori and Chad said the end of the world was going to happen, and the 144,000 was going to come forward, and they were going to lead them. It was going to happen then. And so I thought, well, the least we can do is stay together for 24 hours. When the end of the world comes,
for sure,
we'll be together. No. And shockingly, that was 2020. Shockingly,
you're still doing it.
Has not happened. So every year we celebrate the end of the world again in honor of JJ and Tylee. Lori probably won't have to worry about it because remember, July 22nd, it's the end of the world again. Now, Chad and Lori said it was going to be 2020, but maybe they just got the years mixed up. Maybe this year will be the year 2023. And again, we'll be broadcasting live for 24 hours just in case the world ends. We'll be together on that. This is all in honor of JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan and Tammy Daybell.
God.
Okay, because that's the day,
like a fucking Muppet.
2020, that Chad and Lori said the end of the world was going to happen, and they were going to lead the 144,000, and they were a god and goddess, and that's why they didn't worry about being in jail and worry about the kids' bodies being found on their property, because they were going to handle it all because they were gods. And that night on 2020, we all stayed up together, assured that the end of the world was going to happen. We were sure it was happening. We were going to end it together.
There you go, Ancient Teapot.
And every year on that day, just in case Chad got the year wrong, we're going to broadcast 24 hours for the end of the world again. The end of the world again.
She provides them
broadcast.
She provides her links under these videos that she's doing. They're now wiped away. They're hidden behind her secret wall. where things just disappear and they're invisible and then they never happened, right? But we have proof because we are smarter than they are, because we have to be smarter than the tools we're working with, and they are definitely that, tools. And trolls. You add R, change the O, add an L, trolls, tools, same thing. But I mean, yeah. So underneath each one of these, every time it changes a scene into the next clip, you know, in these description boxes, that's where T Grift or whatever the hell, Cash App, T Grift, whenever she does post on websleuths.com, I mean, I might still have it uploaded. Let me look real quick. Maybe I took it down. Let me see. Here's one. Let me take that down. Sorry. This one says, I need your help. I don't think this is the one, but I got this from the OLUP. I need help. Our sister forum, forumsforjustice.org, will go away. It'll go away for good unless I can raise money for the software. We are $50 short of our goal of $160 for the new Zenfro software. If you can donate, please do so at www.paypal.com. And she leaves a link. The email to use is websleuths.com@gmail.com. That doesn't sound like a very, how you got the two comms. Com. Thank you very much. I would hate to see freedom, forms for justice go away. Even if we take a backup to the even if we take a backup, the software grammar is so old that we won't be able to upload it anywhere else. We need the new software. Thank you. Trollisha. Audit. We demand an audit. If anybody cares. Right? She does have a damn annoying voice. I concur. Oh shit, that's in my stream. I'm like, where's that picture at? Ding, ding, ding. This is something I had. Oh, this is something I had to uploaded. The media tier, how Authorum Studios completes the machine. With the addition of a dedicated studio, the justice economy cycle now looks like a professional television production, which is Authorum they're talking about. Definitely not Websleuths. At least not yet. Like a professional television production house disguised as a forensic lab. Okay, and then the content farm is Websleuths acts as the focus group and lead generator. The financing, DNA Solves, provides the crowdsourced production budget. The script, the hardcore fraud, and ghost text narratives provided by Tricia Griffith persona. This is weird writing. The Tricia Griffith persona create the viral drama necessary to keep audiences tuned in. The distribution, Authorum Studios packages the lab's scientific resolutions into global storytelling for streaming platforms and documentaries. I mean, right? Here's another one too. This one is the spiderweb ecosystem, vertical integration. Okay, let's see. Take that off for a second. And this says Authorum Labs is the factory processes DNA into high definition digital maps via forensic grade genome sequencing, FGGS. Okay, then DNA Solves, the library, the public facing database harvesting consented, and that's in quotes, genetic data outside strict government system rules. So this is a workaround, it appears. Total Tree Call. If y'all know, go check out Andy Kopsa. I don't know how to say her last name, damn it. But check out her latest Into the Total Tree Call thing. It's bizarre and salty. The workforce, the genealogical microtasking engine, outsourcing family tree mapping to gig workers and volunteers. And I wanted to call attention to the total tree call aspect of Authorum, aka Websleuths, aka DNA Solves, aka all this shit. Okay. This whole vertical integration of this, it's a major thing, the DNA thing. Okay. But pay attention to the total tree call thing. If anybody has caught Andy and Salty Sleuth, talking about total tree call, where they are basically, saying that armchair detectives, you guys, the sleuths with a purpose, huh? The old op called that. I was like, I've never heard her say that before. And it reminds me of whenever she hosted Adventures with Purpose. Remember them? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, she sounds like she kind of peeled that from them. But Sleuths with a Purpose, right? I need a laugh soundbite right there. Just bawling, laughing. Okay, just belly laughing right there. Total Tree Call. It's looking for like armchair detectives, people who are sleuthers, who are basically members of websleuths.com, in my opinion. And they say that they can pay, you can earn money doing this. And Megan, let's correct you from last night. You don't decide shit. You don't decide shit for Crush's family, says Faye. Right? Bish. But yeah, so you can earn money, but they don't say how much money. They just say, you do the work. So this got me thinking about, I wonder if which I mean, this really doesn't matter. Othram just, I don't even know what to call it because I'm not from this arena. But they're opening a branch, I guess I'll say. I'm for lack of better terms. Okay, y'all. Sorry. I'm not looking at anything on that. So I'm just trying to piece it together. And so they did this in May of last month this year, where they applied to practice or do whatever DNA stuff over there in Utah. And I was like, but I don't think location matters these days, not with virtual, right? I mean, you can get anybody in any corner of the world virtually. So, but think about how LDS women, most of them are stay-at-home moms, and they're on a tight budget. Okay. And this is a way for, I think it's an unfair way for them to target LDS moms, stay-at-home moms, to maybe, and y'all know they have the database, these LDS moms who already do the genealogy framework. Okay. They do it. So it's kind of like a hand-in-hand thing for, and more incentive for an LDS woman to look to Total Tree Call for an extra income. And I mean, it could also bring them names in order to baptize for the dead. Right? Do y'all see this? Or is it just me? I'm just like, that's very appealing to an LDS woman, stay-at-home mom, or not, even working people, But to me, it's preying on, for sure, their good nature. I mean, if you're unsuspecting, DNA solves. Who would go against a DNA company, right? Who goes against a company that is getting justice for all these cold cases? But it's not all cold cases, by the way. All you got to do is peel back the one layer, man. And Tricia is my introduction into Othram's unveiling. And I'm like, oh my God, no, it's scary. Close it back up. But you can't. Because I mean, these things are promoted, the positives, okay? But there's always a negative to everything positive. I mean, that's how I look at it. Yeah, I don't want to be cloned either. I also don't want to be policed. I don't want them to stage me for or frame me for a crime that I didn't commit and just be like, oh yeah, we put your DNA there. But I mean, we found your DNA there. You know what I'm saying? Like, And really, we're ratting out on our lineage because, I mean, like our 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th cousins are consenting for us because we can be found that way, even if we don't consent, even if we don't voluntarily send our DNA in. And that's just, it's another workaround, another way to force change when we already have CODIS, but there are restrictions, there are regulations as to what the government can and can't do. This is just from my recollection. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but I mean, this is just sounding right now. It really does. And I mean, that's my understanding of it, right? I'm trying to understand it. And it just seems like they get, they're a for-profit company. Yeah, I know. I don't care. I need to know. Says, but Kresha, why, oh, why would they even need any armchair detectives if they have all this DNA technology? I don't know. Right? Why? It's like a sweatshop. I mean, and they're not very clear on, you get paid for turning in this many names and doing this workup for this tree, this family tree, this genealogical tree. And I mean, again, it's under the guise of, oh my God, yes, it's getting justice for these cold cases. These people who have not been identified are waiting. They're awaiting, DNA testing, and it's $7,500 per case. And I mean, go down on your fucking prices. Okay, start there, Laboratory Inc. That I hate that shit. It's like, oh, I can't afford it. Drive that shit down. Work for free. Okay, be a humanitarian, a real one, and not just some. It's fucking. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. My body rebukes it. I swear. I'm allergic to it. Blech. And then why do you need a media arm? Why would Othram want to have a media arm? What is the point of that? Sounds like some propaganda shit, in my opinion. This normal Idaho mom says, in my defense, my cousins had already tested with 23andMe, so don't do it. If you are thinking of doing it, I say no. I second that. I have 2 kits right here that I bought in 2020. I wanted to do it. I wanted to learn, my lineage and do the health part too. They have it was going to be $169. If I went that route to do the health one too. I don't know how accurate they are. First off, I haven't even looked into that yet. But 23andMe, right? I bought these in 2020. These 2 kits, they're still here. They're virgin kits. I won't even give them away because I don't want you to do it. And yes, doesn't it play right into what Chad and Lori did with the bloodlines, marking my family, my bloodline, who lives and who dies, light and dark? Same thing Hamblin did, or Hamblin's family did, or doing allegedly. This isn't just, for sure looking for certain bloodlines. Remember how they found the Jesus bloodline? Remember that? Mm-hmm. Remember the LDS mountain vault? What is it called? Is it Cottonwood? Or what's the name of that damn vault? I can't remember. Sweatshop. I don't know how to say that. Daniela Mastian. I'll just say Daniela Young points out the free labor is part of every cult. Utah is primed, right? Which brings up a good point, actually. I love how we're just kind of shooting from the hip. I like this. Look, I did one I did this in honor of Andy. Nope. Nope. Anyways, all right. So let me pull that up to real quick. We'll just segue over to what I created. Oh my gosh. I'm doing a lot of scrolling. Oh, geez. I could have. Oh, here. Let me share this real quick. Right? Somebody was saying this earlier. If the members could just, people that do, donate, quote unquote, donate to Tricia's fund, it's just kind of fucking rude. Mm-hmm. I know. They all work together too. Oh, I get that, Jake. Are you the one that was like, check out the Lego stuff? I think it was you. If so, thanks. That's crazy. Some crazy shit. Oh, Oh, I'm glad to hear that, random old lady. I really am. I am glad. There's good that comes from it. But it's also at what cost? At whose cost? And why are these billionaires, these millionaires and billionaires, elites just tanking over everybody, like just railing over everybody when they don't even volunteer their time, their expertise? They've not done it. I mean, yeah, they come up with the technology, not by themselves. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think that I've done enough research into David Middleman and Kristen Middleman to know that it's kind of a shared concerted effort, in my opinion. I might have to correct myself. I don't care. I need to know says me. It's so similar how they kick out the old owners like Lauren's dad and brother did to the people renting that house. Who? The old owners. Hold on. Oh, you're talking about the Lego thing, or oh yeah. I think that's what you're talking about. I'm glad to hear that too. Wait, I'm from Indiana and I found a brother from my cheating father. I'd heard rumors all my life. I'm glad you found your brother. If you're glad, I mean, sometimes there's people who are adopted too. And I mean, they go through this whole process of not wanting, parents adopting and not wanting to be found, or the adoption plan, for children being adopted it's never to like locate, it's just to really just cut ties there. I don't know. It crosses a lot of areas that need more or less of my ignorance for sure. I need to educate myself a lot more on these things because I'm like just now what I was talking about adoption. I have really no idea. I've not looked into it very deeply, Oh yeah, I was like, what was I about to show y'all? I forgot. Get back over here, and right, Wowen. She's coming. We're gonna plow into her soon. Where the hell was I going with that? Okay, Crush K. Okay, I know. I'm like, okay, I just totally went blank. All right. Oh God. Let's see. It's right here. The architecture of compliance from pew to platform. And it's going to be right here. And this is from my notebook. And pretty informative from what I saw. Ready?
Utah is often defined by its tight-knit neighborhoods, places built on a foundation of shared religious values and a culture of neighborly trust. Yet, this same environment has produced a statistical anomaly. Utah ranks first in the nation for Ponzi schemes per capita, averaging roughly 1.35 schemes for every 100,000 people. Investigators attribute this to affinity fraud, where scammers leverage established religious trust to bypass the scrutiny an outsider would face. In these circles, a pitch from a fellow member is accepted as a matter of faith. The traits that unify these communities, high trust and interconnected social bonds, simultaneously provide the specific vulnerabilities required for systemic financial exploitation. This vulnerability isn't accidental. It's a byproduct of a social architecture often symbolized by the beehive.
Ooh.
This model organizes the community into a hierarchy that prioritizes industry, cooperation, and institutional loyalty. This conditioning begins with youth organizations, like the Beehives, for girls ages 12 to 14. The program is designed to instill a worker bee mentality, teaching young members to view their personal contributions through the lens of institutional needs and authority. As members move into adulthood, academic and social gatekeepers like the Beehive Honor Society continue the vetting process. These organizations select for individuals who have demonstrated a history of compliance within the established hierarchy.
Beehive.
While this structure is built to foster religious devotion, it produces a workforce trained to follow instructions and trust authority, a demographic that can be redirected toward commercial interests with very little friction. This helps explain why Utah has become the global hub for multi-level marketing. These companies don't just find recruits here, they adopt the region's existing social structures as their business model. Looking at this transition, a traditional religious ward maps directly onto a commercial downline. The social capital and religious trust built over years are used to recruit neighbors into sales tiers, turning spiritual leaders into financial uplines. The system is enforced through informal surveillance. In a culture that prioritizes the appearance of industry and harmony, neighborhood gossip acts as a form of social policing to ensure no one
Mhm.
deviates from the community norm.
Stay in
Because
line.
the business is built on the same foundation as the church, questioning a product or a payout is often treated as a challenge to the moral foundation of the group. For those within the hive, the cost of leaving is total. To walk away from the business is to lose not just an income, but a childcare network, a professional circle, and your social standing. This operating system of compliance has now expanded to the internet. The same vetting processes and consequences for departure are appearing within the digital true crime community. In spaces like Websleuths, inner hives of elite patrons have formed. These circles function as exclusive social ecosystems, where high-tier supporters provide the financial and narrative backing for
If
platform
not, you
leadership.
have no frontal
This
lobe.
environment fosters a digital vigilante economy, where influencers assume the role of high-control leaders. They demand loyalty from their followers, using the same Stepford policing found in physical wards to silence any internal critique. We see the financial impact of this in cases like that of Janet Wolford or Beth B. This wealthy patron was integrated into the platform's inner circle, a move that critics argue allowed leadership to eventually entangle themselves in her seven-figure estate. The medium has changed, but the architecture remains. Whether in a local ward or a digital forum, the goal is the same: the extraction of wealth through the enforcement of institutional loyalty. The neighborhood MLM recruiter and the digital influencer survive using the same defensive playbook. Both rely on a base of followers who have been conditioned to prioritize group unity over individual scrutiny. They utilize the same tactics to handle dissent, labeling critics as deceived and using digital erasure, like blurring faces or dirty deleting threads, to simulate a modern form of excommunication. This works because the fear of being ostracized is more potent than the evidence of financial impropriety. Followers will overlook documented red flags simply to avoid being cast out of the hive. When individuals are groomed from youth to fear social death above all else, they become a resource that can be perpetually exploited. The community maintains its appearance of industry, even as the structure cracks from within. Independence is only possible once an individual identifies the architecture of the hive they live in. Escaping the cycle of exploitation requires the willingness to face social death in order to protect personal truth.
Is that it? Okay. I'm like, what? Yeah. I love my new notebook thing. I mean, it kind of veered from like this. It's pretty cool, just to kind of show you what it does. Let me see if it does a mind map type thing. Let me close this. And let me. I don't know how to open it all the way up. So this is a web sleuth mind map, and oh, I'm still learning how to use it. It's like, the tricycle or training wheels. So wait, what did this say? So the core identity and purpose of the Web Sleuth community shows. Let me make sure y'all can see me. Okay, yeah. I have worry sometimes. All right, serious leisure information community. We have amateur and citizen sleuthing, true crime and missing persons focus, and social responsibility and self-fulfillment. And then we have this organizational history. It was founded in 1999 on the back of the John Benet Ramsey aftermath. 2004, an acquisition by Tricia Griffith, and then Web Sleuths LLC, Texas and Utah based, was established, and then transitioned to full-time platform in 2008. And right here it says the information, behavior, and forensics, and it opens up to multidimensional forensic intelligence, which that word intelligence bothers me. I'm just like, oh my God, Cop shop. Partnership with Authorem DNA Solves. Use of public databases, NamUs, Doe Network, crowdsourced, problematic, man. Crowdsourced open source intelligence, OSINT, I guess. Genetic genealogy and DNA analysis. Okay. And then we have notable case contributions from WebSleuth. Tammy Jo Alexander identification. We have the Abraham Shakespeare murder leads. Kaylee Anthony chloroform search discovery. Delphi murders. Delphi murders scanner transcripts. Daybell Vallow forensic analysis. What? I don't know where the fuck that came from. I don't know about no forensic. I don't know. All right. This says internal controversies and lawsuits. WebSleuth. Susan Pruitt lawsuit 2013. Alleged misuse of company funds, $58,000. Volunteer loan solicitation disputes. Breach of fiduciary duty allegations. Criticisms of power imbalances. Media and outreach of WebSleuth. WebSleuth's YouTube live streams, WebSleuth's radio podcast, A&E, the Killing Season partnership back in the, I want to say in late 2018, 2019 or something like that. Might have been sooner. Social media presence, Facebook, Instagram. So that's their media and outreach. Then we have victim-friendly discourse focus, This is their moderation and community rules for the website. Victim friendly, so they say, discourse focus. And then they have strict mainstream media, MSM sourcing, verification of professionals and insiders. And just to note, the last I checked, which was within the past month, WebSleuth never verified John or Lauren Matthias as any kind of verified professionals, except they did get a blanket, not like you can't find it in the verification, tab where all the other ones are. But there was a blanket post saying that basically HTC has a blanket approval. Okay. It was kind of crazy. Make up your rules as you go. Allegedly, criticisms of arbitrary censorship and bans, ad-supported structure, and Guardians donations, right? I was watching Olap's video earlier and where Tricia, I'd never heard this stuff before. So when Olap put it into Tricia's voice, like reading from her own website, I was like, wow, it's a bit different, like the tone. And I don't know if these are just older posts, not all of them, but it's just like a different tone when she writes it versus when she does it on YouTube. Sometimes, somewhat, at least that's my take on it. Okay, hold on just a second. And let's I found this too. This is a screen recording I have of this is whenever I believe that Tricia was trying to make Megan relevant. Okay, this was in November. This has been deleted or, behind it. It's not publicly available anymore unless Tricia decides to share it. Sharing means caring, and I don't think she cares. So I only have like 13 or 12 minutes of it, but let's just
the book is that,
see if you can also pick up on, is she trying to make Megan more relevant? Because this is after HTC fallout, after, my channel was struck by Lauren. We had spoken out and we were being dismissed, silenced, basically shut up, sit down and be quiet. Basically.
I was in group counseling alone, number one. And number two, that it is possible to come through something that horrific and difficult and to go on to have a happy and beautiful life afterwards.
Where?
And what made me want to write the book is that, when I was in group counseling with other women who had been through similar things, I did not see other women getting better. I didn't see other women moving through it and graduating from this experience. I saw them kind of circling the same spiral over and over. And so, when I was able to come out of it, I really wanted people to know that it is possible to move through it. And
oh, you're talking about, I was like, Megan said that? But I remember now about It was Tricia that said that. Yeah, it is gross. Oh,
and to go on and have it not be just an ever-present thing in your life.
And a lot of people are asking this question: were they arrested? Were they prosecuted? And were they finally stopped?
Unfortunately, no. The man who was behind it passed away before I was able to report any of it.
this is her
The
last
woman is
rapping.
still alive. And, you know, I was 45 years old before I felt strong enough to make a police report about it. And when
Where
the
is it
police
at?
finally did confront her, of course, she
Whoa, where is this police report, lady? Fact check time for anybody who has an itchy FOIA finger. Okay. Okay, let's hear that again because that's wild.
way before I was able to report any of it. The woman is still alive. And, you know, I
Oh,
was 45
God dang it, I didn't go back for. Oh, yeah, I did. Okay.
years old before I felt strong enough to make a police report about it. And when the police finally did confront her, of course, she denied everything. And without other people to corroborate my story, you know, there's nothing that they can really do to prosecute. And what the police officer told me is that, you know, they went to her home, they confronted her, and, you know, absent her opening the door and then seeing photographic equipment and, you know, pictures of kids, there's really not
What, 45 years later still? I mean, good
a lot that
Lord.
they can do. And so I think that it's the most likely result is that they will never be prosecuted. Of course, the man is deceased, and with the mom denying everything, they're never going to be prosecuted, and they'll, you know, there will never be any justice for this in that sense.
I'm so sorry. Well, just so you know, you are helping.
And the Flock of Seagulls called Tricia, and they want their hairstyle back.
A lot of people, I'm sure. Jesse Rowland says at Third Verse Talk.
And wear a beige colored bra and not a white one or black. Beige or black, skin tone, because we can see your bra. All right.
Talking about her experience has helped me to slowly unravel something I experienced as a child, but didn't realize it was abuse. And I think you probably hear that a lot. They don't realize this is abuse, what happened to them, right?
Right. And I did not realize that as a child, you know, between the ages of 7 and 11, you don't really know. And I was raised to never question adults. I was raised to do what I was told. And so I believed everything that my abusers told me. I believed everything that they sort of instilled in me as programming. And so I didn't see it as abuse. And
in programming, sort of in programming. Okay.
To do what I was told. And so I believed everything that my abusers told me. I believed everything that they sort of instilled in me as programming. And
you almost said I abused.
To do what I was told. And so I believed everything that my abusers told me. I believed everything that they sort of instilled in me as programming. And so I didn't see it as abuse, and I dissociated from it. And so it wasn't until much later in my life that I was able to realize that what was done to me was not right.
So after you were divorced or before you were, how old are you, lady? Look at Tylee and JJ right there. No, I mean, this was back in November of 2025.
And did your family, did your parents find out ever? Did they believe you?
Does she care?
So my parents didn't know, of course, when it was going on, because I was very careful about hiding it. I was told by my abusers that if I revealed it to anybody, that I would be in big trouble, that my family would not love me anymore, that they would blame me. You know, they told me that it was my choice, you know, to go down into the basement and do those things. And that if I ever talked about it, that I would be, you know, that I would be blamed, that it was my fault. It was my choice to do that. And I believe that.
Wait. I'm sorry. I was reading comments. Sorry.
And
I feel like that was a lie.
Did your family, did your parents find out ever? Did they believe you?
So my parents didn't know, of course, when it was going on, because I was very careful about hiding it. I was told by my abusers that if I revealed it to anybody.
So you were careful about hiding your abuse, okay? Because you were told by them that you were going to be
that I would be in big trouble, that my family would not love me anymore, that they would blame me. You know, they told me that it was my choice, you know, to go down into the basement and do those things. And that if I ever talked about it, that I would be, you know, that I would be blamed, that it was my fault. It was my choice to do that. And I believed that for a very, very long time. And so I didn't talk about it until I was way, way into adulthood. And then when I finally did start talking about it, I think there was a lot of shame involved with a lot of my family members, and they did not believe me. I was
a lot of shame involved with your family members. Why?
Flat out told that never happened to you. There's no way that could have happened to you, and you didn't remember every detail of it. I was just, you know, I was very much shamed and silenced when I started talking about it.
So why are you doing that to me and my family? Why are you trying to do that? Why are you trying to do that to other people?
And to this day, there are many family members that just say that I'm effing crazy and that, you can't believe anything that I say because it's just not true.
It's just not true.
And we've had several people ask this in chat, were these abusers, were they in the Mormon church? And the reason why I think that's important is not because it's Mormons, but because a lot of this happens behind the guise of religion. People hide behind.
This is how they try to play, like Tricia, she can't say that she has no Mormon connection. If okay, we've already, outed this part, and she has too. She just doesn't go, into details or anything about how her distant grandfather, Wild Bill Hickman, was Brigham Young's henchman. He'd go kill people for him. And according to the, reports about Wild Bill Hickman, I learned that Brigham Young would just say, "Oh, that guy's getting on my nerves," and then, her distant grandfather would go and just off him. Okay, crazy. So it's like that is so Mormon, it ain't funny. When you're killing people for the second prophet of the Mormon church, back in the old days, I mean, And then like there's it's very interesting about how like they got him to confess, Wild Bill Hickman, but then he was gonna go testify, and I forget what happened now that I'm saying it. But I mean, she may not be Mormon. She may have been raised Catholic. I get it, and it's not a Catholic Mormon thing, but it's that it kind of is because of the it's like there's this elite group of Mormons even who have the same mindset, in my opinion, as Lori and Chad. This "I'm better than you" status. If you remember, Megan and Mindy Caldwell and Lauren were on Mormon Stories podcast, right? And Megan, she was so happy to cover all of Tom Harrison, his book Visions of Glory, all that stuff, and she wanted to share all the what do you call them? Some of the quotes from his book. And if you watched it, then most of you know that there was this law that they followed, and it was like a divine. I'm looking for the damn link. I'm sitting here scrolling, looking, because I did have it. Just give me a second, because it's important, because it's the same mindset as Tom Harrison, in my opinion. Where the hell did it go? Okay, I'm looking for law and climb. If it didn't take me 5 years to just scroll one slide. I made it smaller. Okay, here we go. All right, let me open this up, and then I'll switch tabs here in just a second. Okay, so Visions of Glory. This was October 19, 2023. Oh shit. Okay, making sure the screen was sharing. We're gonna go down to I guess here. Oh damn. Reload. Oh, there's the book, Visions of Glory. I didn't know that was the link. Let's see. Let's go back here. You Are Not Enough by Jody Hildebrandt. Dumbass, but I have that book, by the way. I'm trying to, I thought they would be the timestamps, but anyways, let's see. Let's go here, because it's towards the end. I think it's around that. Hold on. We need to go over this whole episode one day or a couple days, because it's 5 hours. Okay. Smoking gun of the book. Allegedly. If this ever fucking plays. Let me close the windows.
And it says, there was a law we followed. It was not a rule, but a law. Which, can anybody tell me the difference between a rule and a law? Me either. No.
One, okay. You can't cross.
Just making sure it wasn't me. When an individual or group threatened us, we knew their hearts. If there was any hope, even the slightest hope, that they could be saved, even in the most telestial sense, we did not harm them. When we were confronted by people who were fully ripe in iniquity and who would never repent, then we were free to deliver them from mortality.
Okay.
Their death would then be a blessing to them because they could no longer add additional iniquity to their divine ledger.
Why don't you make it any more
Rest
dramatic?
in peace, JJ and Tylee. Because that's
Shut the fuck up.
And by the way,
And Charles and
that,
Oh, okay. Now hold on, because this kind of came to a surprise for me. And I mean, I just got to share it.
I'm telling you that it's my personal view, rooted in the scriptures and rooted in my own faith, that America is indeed a special land. It was a land set aside for a free, prosperous people, a group of people who would be free from tyranny as long as they were not fully ripe in their iniquity. There are indeed so many free, prosperous people, a group of people who would be free from tyranny as long as they were not fully ripe in their iniquity. There are indeed so many righteous people in this country, in our faith, outside of our faith. They're good people. Sometimes our government gets ahead of itself, and this is one of those times. This is one of those times where we need Donald Trump. Sure, he might not remind you of your bishop or your stake president, but I know him, and there is great good in him. And the good that he did as president of the United States will be replicated and indeed magnified in his second term. And as good as he is, Kamala Harris would be equally destructive of everything we hold dear in our constitutional republic.
Dear.
I humbly implore all within the sound of my voice to vote enthusiastically for Donald Trump and to find anyone in your circle of influence.
Mm-hmm. I was like, oh my God, I've heard that before. I've so heard that before. Now let me find where I was at. These tabs start running in together.
that is Brigham Young's blood atonement theory.
Boom.
That
Wow,
sometimes
interesting.
there are sins that are committed that the only way you can receive forgiveness is to have your own blood shed.
Mhm.
So this is rooted in Brigham Young's own teachings found in the Journal of Discourses.
Yeah, and there's
And who was the henchman for Brigham Young and his blood atonement? Tricia's distant grandfather, Wild Bill Hickman.
a terrible story about a man who committed adultery, and I guess at some point in the night, the brethren came for him and had dug a hole for him, and he knelt down in front of the grave and accepted that he needed to be killed because he
Yes, welcome to
committed
Mormonhood.
adultery.
Okay.
Let's
God.
play the clip just because
Let's
I
play
think
it. I know. I
Yeah.
want
She acts like she's been, recovering from Mormonism. But I'm like, oh my God, I learned that a long time ago already. I'm just like, catch up.
to hear it.
Yeah, let's play the clip.
Oh,
There was a law we followed. It was not a rule, but a law. When an individual or group threatened us, we knew their hearts. If there was any hope, even the slightest hope that they could be saved, even in the most celestial sense, we did not harm them. When we were confronted by people who were fully ripe in iniquity and who would never repent, then we were free to deliver them from mortality. Their death would then be a blessing to them. Their death would be a blessing to them because they could no longer add additional
How do you know?
iniquity to their divine ledger. In the beginning of our work of gathering, we most often hid behind God's power. Toward the end, we were most often granted permission to display God's power. Instead of hiding from them, we started them on their immortal journey. When we did this, it was not a bloodbath and rarely a consumption by fire. They just fell to the ground and slipped into the eternities. When this happened, we felt happy for them to be freed from the torment of their own delusions. With God, they would eventually see clearly once again and could choose to cease heaping condemnation upon their souls.
I mean, it's so darkly euphemistic.
it is
right?
so dark. It is so dark. And I want to say too, before JJ and Tylee, yeah, and Tammy and Charles too, but JJ and Tylee specifically, before they were killed,
Murdered.
Lori asked Chad to do her family history. And he sent her an email saying, here's your family.
So I'm sorry, but this just popped up in my mind because of what I know. That just made me think of, is Othram's push with Total Tree Call and, the potential for an LDS housewife, or stay-at-home mom to run across them and earn a little extra cash, giving them information they've already looked up because of the genealogy and the baptism of the dead stuff, the names they turn in, or to get names. Okay. Is this going to have an uptick in blood atonement? I'm just kind of like, whoa, I'm not, ew. That kind of just bothers me, because then they'll be doing this work. You see what I'm saying? Like the genealogical. If Lori asked Chad, hey, do my genealogy work on my husband's family, basically. I can't help but, I don't know. Yeah, I go probably like, girl, you crazy. But I mean, it's real. It happened.
Who is light and who is dark? And he explained the graph he was using. He even used a decimal system because that's how Chad Daybell wanted to be.
No, because David Hamblin, his family that you've yet to cover, still, but she has covered the Roney case. And I say covered loosely. The MLM, the new skin stuff, I'm digging into that and pulling that together so we can compare her reporting versus Goel's reporting of that ritualistic abuse case, in my opinion. The Roneys were named by the Hamblin daughters of being alleged perpetrators. And there were allegations from the daughter who was murdered too. She was adopted. I forget which country. So I want to say, shit. Oh my God. I went blank. By Russia. I just can't think of it right now. She was adopted. I think all 7 of their children were adopted. It's wild. Anyways, but Lauren even told me that in a text message, because I was telling her about David Hamblin and this case that I was looking into that's very parallel with what we were seeing right now, present time. And she said she knows some people, or they were in her ward or whatever. And I just like, wow. Looking back, I'm like, wow. So was Tom Harrison too? Oh, wow. And so you did an expose of him, kinda.
So profound with his light and rate.
She forgot to say that her brother, Jameis, was best friends with Tom Harrison's son. She forgot.
System that he used, decimal point system. But he said that if you were past a 4 dark, you really couldn't turn light again. He wrote this in the email. And then he labeled Tylee Ryan, 16-year-old Tylee Ryan, a 4 dark.
And I think right there, we just witnessed her hijacking Tylee's reality to, if she were not stabbing my family in the back the whole time and calling Tylee a bitch behind the scenes, allegedly, then I would believe she'd be advocating, but turns out not so much. And so you have to wonder why they choose the way they say things to get impact, to get to your emotions, to become the victim, or to get your purse strings to loosen up a little bit. Right here it says, as per John D. Lee, that condition also changes when the scene intensifies, bearing on the fear in the community. It's like a free pass to lust in one's own purge if times are unstable. I remember Hella being on with Jolene not long ago talking about ping ponger. And I remember Jolene mentioning something about Tricia believing in the purge or something around the 4th of July is like the purge. And I was like, oh my God. It's getting freakier and freakier.
In other words, there was no chance of deliverance for Tylee at that moment. Chad wrote her death at that moment.
Mm-hmm. And so wonder why Lauren was like, I'm not dark. Like, what is her thing with this? Are you dark? Who told you were dark? Why are you saying that? It's weird.
And that is what Tom Harrison's book is saying right there.
Okay. Tom Harrison, your brother's best friend's dad. Mm-hmm.
That if there is no chance of deliverance, we act as God and we kill you. And in Lori Vallow's
not
Lori
they.
Vallow's sentencing, she stated that they were happy, that she delivered her children, that she missed them dearly, but they were on to the next place. She delivered them.
Mm-hmm.
Say that.
This is
But
this book. We need to talk about this book, and I'm so glad.
What about the fucking man behind the book, bitch?
That we're here talking about this book and how many people it is inspiring.
So the book, just like a gun doesn't kill people, the person using the gun kills the people. People reading the book doesn't kill people, but the instructions that apparently come from this book, allegedly, I think, like, we went over this not too long ago. I think it was Bobo Shrew who said it's like to anchor the programming. Okay. I mean, for anybody who's paying attention to that stuff, I find it so freaking fascinating.
In the worst way.
In the worst way.
And it talks about people who are fully ripe in iniquity,
Mhm,
and who
mhm.
gets to determine who's fully ripe in iniquity.
Your cousins, plural, and possibly Melanie Boudreaux Pulaski. And you're kind of acting elitish, like my master.
But the people who have special powers and know everything about everybody. And that takes us all the way back to the beginning of the book, the very first clip where he says, I knew everything about her. And so therefore, the implication is I can tell if she is repentant or not. I can tell if she's fully ripe in iniquity or if I should let her live, basically.
Sounds like Tom then, don't it? Right? Not the book. Not the book. It's the ideas in the book that came from Tom.
And I think it's so incredibly, horrifically despicable to insinuate that when you decide to relieve these people of their mortal lives, that they...
I'm just sitting here wondering, like, Lauren is the reason you got on here. I promise. I promise you this. Okay. I promise you did most of the legwork. Well, probably Binder Mindy. Okay. Did most of the legwork on this whole production. And you're just the face to get the views. Okay. 151,000. Right at prime time. Jody Hildebrandt, Ruby Frankie, Lori and Chad, Tim Ballard at this point in time.
They just fall down. Well, that's not what happened to JJ, and that's not what happened to Tylee.
Is that why you walked through fire to get here?
And that's not what happened to Charles, and that's not what happened to Tylee. None of them, to Tammy. None of them just fell down. They were brutally and horrifically killed.
And they became what you claim you built with your own bare hands that are dirty. Maybe that's why they're dirty, because you had to dig in the ground. I'm sorry, but you know what I'm saying? Like, she out the fucking victims. Ooh, blood is on your hands. You need to go wash your hands.
It is a direct result of this book.
And there are two other people that.
So what about your book?
And they have these sort of powers too. You know, Chad Daybell believes he can see beyond the veil. Tim Ballard believes he's a visionary and can see beyond the veil. Tom Harrison believes he's a visionary and he can see behind the veil.
Julie Rowe.
Believes she's a visionary and can see beyond the veil. This is a book that they teach at the conferences I attend. Dreams and visions, how to have them, how to be a visionary, and
so now she knows how to see beyond the veil.
See beyond the veil. There is a trend that is happening, and
she's so obvious, right? She's Captain Obvious. I mean, I ran circles around all this shit.
This book is a beloved. This book has a cult.
I'd already come up with the whole second anointing possibility. By just nobody telling me, but just not being Mormon, no Mormon background, no Mormon education, you know, just looking and digging into things, listening to podcasts, studying how Mike Stroud was talking. Like, he has a cadence in his talk. He uses the same words over, like, just these words. And I'm like, what is going on here? Is this like some kind of programming that they're getting by listening to Julie Rowe, to Mike Stroud, to all these same people, these birds of a feather, people that Lori and Chad were actually interested in listening to. And I mean, Mike Stroud, Michelle McDermott, Mike and Nancy James, Rod Meldrum, Tom Harrison, John Miller, David Warwick, Abraham Gigliotti. I mean, some of these people were mentioned in trial testimony. So, I mean, it's just like, wow. And I'm wondering, I wonder, I really am feeling like these people are also part of the cult. Not Mindy. I don't think Mindy. I don't know. It's like, because the case still has to be, like the perps or whatever, Chad and Lori still have to be convicted and beginning to end, they got to cover these things. And they might as well make money while they're doing it, right? Especially if they're from the same ilk, allegedly. I'm just trying to think, or just kind of trying to, I guess, vet this line of thinking, like, how would this work? No.
Cult following in these groups of like-minded people.
Oh, look, this comment right here. Liz, okay, I don't know how to say her name. Chilling to hear where my parents got their beliefs from. I was taught this in church and at home. Bing bong. And right here. Oh, remember Uncle Rex too? He's like, oh, I had some friends do, they were into all that stuff. Right. Because it's never fucking addressed. We don't do that here. We don't do that in church. We don't teach that in church. Okay. I've read it. I've seen it. I've looked for myself. This person says, I just see a repeat of the 90s. If this book continues, the early 90s had a lot of fringe deaths hyped on blood atonement. Besides Banner of Heaven. I still haven't read that book. I need to.
If any of you think,
oh, this person right here, if more Rhonda 88, shout out to my girl. If Mormon churches are not teaching this, who is following it? Mm-hmm.
We're exaggerating here. Let me just read a couple comments that have
Sorry,
come
we
in.
sidetracked.
Just in defense of the book, just to give a sense. Basically, Tina writes, "This is really pathetic. You don't know what this guy experienced. I loved the book. The book was written with pure humility. I'm
well, why don't you marry it?
Really disgusted with your channel." And Tina, we're actually very grateful you wrote in, because you're helping prove our point that this book is much loved. So thank you for having the courage
Good play.
to come on Mormon Stories and help us
And
see
defend it. Yeah.
and defend it. Yeah, thank you.
Many people have defended it on our channel. Jody Hildebrandt believes she can see beyond the veil. I mean, like, who else? Yeah, just on.
And this person, again, they seem to have some really good comments. Garrick, as per Powers, all they're doing is isolating themselves completely in their own imaginative fantasy. Other times, they build reality around the idea in their own extreme black and white, because it's reality for the victims, right? Mm-hmm. So this person says, Chad can't see beyond the bars. Good one.
On and on.
Right.
And like this, they're making it up. No, they're not. This is actually a thing, and it goes all the way back to Brigham Young and Joseph Smith too.
Yeah. Who else is going to be next? And so there's a pattern, and it's.
I bet you'll cover their stories, right, Lord? Yeah.
Going to keep going.
And your husband will analyze them with his credentials, background. Tricia will help cover them too.
Who's next to let us know they can see beyond the veil?
Yeah.
Oh, they thought you'd never ask. Boom. Another Mormon crime, another Mormon crime, another Mormon related crime. Cornered.
All right.
Market
What
cornered.
videos are left, Megan?
Well, I mean, there's a few things that are left that basically just corroborate some of the things that Lori and Chad believed. That Lori, there's a clip in there of Tom Harris.
Sorry. Anyways, all right, enough of that. And who told Megan that her words were enough? That's like one of my main issues with her. I hate how she talks about people and shows no fucking proof at all. And people just let her. It's dangerous. You're right. You're right. You're right. She's the know all be all. I have gotten that feeling before myself, where she's got to speak last in order to make it her own, as if she formulated the hypothesis or the theory or the answers to your burning questions from their existence, and formulated it. And it all came from her mind only. Yes, she does that for sure. And shout out, we have 144 in here right now. Ugh, my God. Anyways, more Megan.
Religion to do this. But so were they part of the people knew, Megan, that you'd been through this? And this is what started.
Apparently I was skipping around. Sorry.
Your journey, how you ended up on YouTube, basically.
Yeah.
So just real briefly, your father is Janet Cox's sister, or I said brother. Their brother and sister, right?
Yes.
And so you grew up.
I don't think she's a leader at
visiting the
all.
Cox family. And as I said earlier, my cousins were like my sisters growing up. We're not as close now, but we were very, very close for many, many years. And you were that close to Lori, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were as close as sisters. We really did. We connected with each other as young kids. We spent a lot of time together, even though it was only summertime. We still kept in touch with each other, throughout the year. We would write each other letters. And
I mean, I was like, wow, I did not know all this. This was so new to me. And again, this was November 2025 after the fallout.
Father is Janet Cox's sister, or I said brother.
Janet.
Their brother and sister, right?
Yes.
And so you grew up, visiting the Cox family. And as I said earlier, my cousins were like my sisters growing up. We're not as close now, but we were very, very close for many, many years. And
Greg's mom.
You were that close to Lori, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were as close as sisters. We really did. We connected with each other as young kids. We spent a lot of time together, even though it was only summertime. We still kept in touch with each other, throughout the year. We would write each other letters and send each other our school pictures. And, we were really close. Whenever we got together, it was like no time had passed. And I looked at Lori very much as an older sister. I had an older brother who was not great. And so I looked to Lori as an older sister, as somebody that I could look to for advice and help and guidance and direction, because I had a younger sister, but I didn't have an older sister. And for those of you who grew up without siblings,
I have younger brothers, but I mean, I was the only child until my brother was born, and I was 8. Okay, I didn't have any older siblings. That's not a fucking excuse to make yourself more relevant here, Megan. I've never heard this before in my life. And look, she's determined. Boy, Tricia is like, Stacy too. She is so determined.
I mean, you understand that sort of
she licks her lips a lot
for an older person who can explain things to you in a world where my mom and I did not connect with each other.
Now she's acting like Mary Mormon Poppins. Okay, I'm not liking it. She's like, oh my God, tomorrow. That one too. I don't know.
Each other, my mom and I were not close. She didn't tell me things. We didn't communicate. She didn't talk about things. And so Lori was like really the only person that I had that was a peer that could sort of like give me some guidance and direction. And those of you who've heard some of my interviews, like it wasn't the best guidance and direction, but
yes,
it was to me, it was
shave that bush
better
lady.
than being alone.
And so
that's what I felt a lot.
So this was your family. This was your family.
It was.
It is her family still. Just like Wild Bill Hickman is still your family.
It really was. And Tylee and JJ, they were your family. And now, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Tylee and Colby play a lot together when they were younger?
Yeah,
or a little bit, or did I get that wrong?
Yeah, so Tylee and Colby were,
She meant to say Colby and her daughter is what she meant to say. But yes, of course, Tylee and Colby played. They were brother and sister. Dummy.
Pretty far apart. So Colby he was a little bit younger than my oldest daughter. So my oldest daughter.
And there's actually some claims that I was told by Megan that I don't feel comfortable sharing. Still, I've been like, how do I even say that? And I'm like, it ain't my thing to say. That's for sure. But I'm just like, ew. I can see some more dynamics behind the public narrative or whatever the hell's out there. And that's for this one here to.
And Colby were pretty close when they were really young. When he was about 11 or 12 is when Lori kind of took him away from the San Antonio area. And my daughter didn't have as much contact with him. But Tylee and Colby were close from what I understand.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I meant Tylee. I'm sorry. I got that confused. Sorry, guys. I was telling you.
Frontal
And
lobe
I
didn't.
lost all of my notes that I've been preparing for all day, so I'm trying to do it from memory. Yeah, I meant
It's like she took. It's like I get the sentiment that she's like Tricia when she acts like this, kind of like she was with Grayson. Like she's just kind of harping on, right? You were really close, right? And they were really close, huh? And they're your cousins, right? And so you're really related, right? You're really relevant, right? That's the gist I'm catching. And so it caught me by surprise when I reviewed this back November or at the end of 2025. I was like, something stinks like shit right here. And
Colby and your child were close at some point, right? Yeah, and yes, Tylee and Colby were extremely close, as he has said, and it is heartbreaking.
And allegedly, Barry used to babysit her kid because he had Colby too.
To see what he has going through and is still going through right now. Lace Fairchild wants to know, is your brother the one who is into the end of the world things and was very close to Lori?
No,
it's another kook.
That was my cousin Braxton.
Okay.
Braxton was on he was actually on a lot of National Geographic shows as a prepper.
Really?
For like,
You know who else was? Hutchinson, the Mormon billionaire dude that funded some of Tim Ballard's Operation Underground Railroad. These, and there was allegations that he violated a teenage or, under a child. Okay. While on an op, allegedly.
Yeah, for many episodes. I can't remember exactly what show. I think it was called Doomsday Preppers or something like that.
It was. I think that was the name of it. Yeah.
But yeah, Braxton was on that show a lot, and he was pretty prominently featured. So yeah.
In True Crime says, wasn't Lori?
There's Hidden True Crime chiming in, bringing relevancy, making Megan relevant. I would say again, to mock the make heaven crowded again thing, but make America great again. But I don't think she was ever relevant to begin with now. That's my opinion.
Lori, a bridesmaid at your wedding.
She was. Yes. So when I got married, I got married very young. I was only 20 years old. And
I was only 20 years old. I need some sympathy.
I had moved. I did my middle
school. We have grandparents and shit that were married at 14 and shit. Okay. Sit down.
School and high school years in Connecticut. And I moved to Texas shortly after I graduated from high school. And so my high school friends were not able to come down for my wedding. And so it was Lori and Summer and my sister.
So she kind of confirms what Summer says, right? Her friends weren't able to be there. They weren't able to come down.
That were my bridesmaids, yeah.
And it's interesting that happened after Lori's mother. This story just kills me. Lori's mother came down and threw you out of her apartment. You were living with Lori. Tell us a little bit about that. You've told us before, but we have a lot of new people here. And yes, Colby was very close to JJ and Tylee. And again, our hearts just break for that young man. I can't even. But when did you start the channel where you started the healing, helping people heal?
Yeah,
how
did
that start? And give us the story behind that.
When did that start? Yeah.
So I started writing my book when I was going through my therapy and healing process. And that started.
Didn't she talk about all the other people that she was going through therapy with allegedly? I mean, assuming that she's telling the truth. And then she was like, they just weren't healing. And so, but I was healed. They weren't. So I guess their therapy didn't take, but yours did, succeeded. Wow. That is so amazing.
In 2016. And, it took me a long time to write that book because it was so heavy. It took me, I would write something and then it would take me a long time to recover and then I'd write more. And some of it was based on the journaling that I did during my therapeutic process. But the last part of my healing was an intensive outpatient therapy program that I did. That was 9 hours of therapy a week plus.
She claims that she was trafficked as a child, 7 to 11. But, and she filed a police report, according to Megan. I don't know where, if it was in North Dakota where she claims it happened, or, that's a big state, a lot of cities. If anybody knows the town, please let us know. Any of our FOIA friends, FOIA around and find out.
An hour with my own personal therapist. It was 9 hours of group therapy a week, plus an hour with my own personal therapist. And I was just wrapping that up in early summer of 2019.
Oh boy.
And I actually had plans to go up and visit my daughter who was living in Rexburg, Idaho.
this confuses me because I'm like, okay, why would you go see summer in Arizona if you were going to Idaho from Texas? Make it make geographical sense to me.
Summer of 2019. And I had contacted Summer and asked her if I could stay with her because it was, at least a 2-day drive to get up there.
Again, you're in Texas, San Antonio area, and Summer lives in Phoenix. Make it make sense to me. Okay. But you're going to Rexburg. So you're down here, you're going to drive 2 states over to over here on the way, right? On the way, going way over here to the left, then going straight up to Idaho, all the way up here.
And initially Summer was like, yeah, come and stay with us. I was like, I haven't seen you guys, the whole part of that family. We were all living in the same part of Arizona at the same time. And I hadn't seen them in such a long time. I was like, yeah, let's reconnect. My kids don't know your kids. Let's get together. Initially it was like, yeah, sure, come up. And then I stopped hearing back from her closer to when we were going to leave. And so I just made other arrangements. I went up, I spent a couple of weeks with my daughter. I drove back home. I finished my intensive outpatient therapy. While I was on that trip, I had my last few sessions and I got
are you remote viewer too?
Home and I was doing all this journaling thinking like I finally am at a place where I feel like I have healed a lot of this horrible trauma from my youth. I got home from that trip and just a few days after I got home, I saw this post from Adam's former wife that Charles had been killed.
And so it begun. So it all begun.
Just about Nicole.
Okay, so I want to get to how you started like reporting on this case because if I remember correctly, you didn't even want to talk about it, let alone.
That's some funny shit. Oh my God. Her first interview. My mom sent me a link to it while I was in Boise. We were in Boise for Lori's trial, April 2023 to whenever 2023. And mom sent me a link and she's like, she's saying the same things that you've been saying for years. And I'm like, who is that? And it was a interview she did with Justin Lum. It's crazy. She come right out the gate talking about it. She didn't want to
and talk about it online. Tell us how you got to that point. What happened?
Yeah. So, seeing that Facebook post and I contacted Nicole, we talked and, I have to say that I was not, unfortunately I was not surprised, but I was horrified because she was basically telling me what I already believed, that it was not self-defense, that Alex and Lori had premeditated all of this. And I really just did not want to have anything to do with it. I really felt like, I didn't know anything material that could help anybody. But when I saw, the missing children's report, I reposted, I talked to people as much as I could. I talked to friends who I knew were in the Hawaii area because I thought maybe that's where she was. I called the FBI a couple of times with things that I thought I knew, but I really did not want to be speaking publicly about it. And then one day my dad called me and he said that the mitigation specialist had contacted him. And the mitigation specialist is somebody who, this was, of course, after the kids were found, after Lori was arrested, incarcerated, charged, all.
So I've heard before she say that she talked to the mitigation specialist. I asked Summer about that the other day in Dreadful Penny 2's chat. Because I was like, hey, were you aware, that this? And she was like, I forget what she said. Shit. Let me think. She had asked the mitigation specialist, I want to say, don't quote me on this, but because I'll have to go get the screenshot. But that the mitigation specialist said that they listened to Megan or whatever, but didn't consider it. You know what I mean? Like just listen to it.
All that stuff. They were talking about the death penalty being on the table. And
but, the
job the mitigation specialist had contacted him. And the mitigation specialist is somebody who, this was, of course, after the kids were found, after Lori was arrested, incarcerated, charged, all of that stuff. They were talking about the death penalty being on the table. And it's the job of the mitigation specialist to find factors in the offender's life that might lend.
They took it off the table at a certain point for Lori.
Themselves to leniency. And so it's their job to say, okay, was there something in their childhood that
we can look
that lent itself to something that could mean that maybe she was mentally ill or something that happened that explains
mitigating factors. Factors that mitigate.
So the mitigation specialist contacted my dad and asked if there was anyone else who was close enough to Lori that could lend some light on this. And so my dad called.
Well, now now we know this Idaho mom, this normal Idaho mom, because Megan told us, right? now we are educated.
Me and he said, do you mind if I give her your number? And I said, well, you can give her my number, but she's not going to like what I have to say.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not going to say Lori had a bad childhood and that's what led her to this. I'm going to say she was always manipulative. Like that was my experience with her.
Mm-hmm.
She always got what she wanted. She always told lies and told people what they wanted to hear so that she could get what she wanted. So that speaking with a mitigation specialist was kind of a pivotal point for me because I really had to confront all of the feelings that I had about my cousin. It was complicated. I loved her. And at the same time,
in 2019, wait, whoa. Let me back up. I think I might have misunderstood that. Hold on.
She always told lies and told people what they wanted to hear so that she could get what she wanted. So
that's twice she done licked her lips. I'm sorry. Look, I'm paying attention because I'm like, she licks her lips. It seems to be when she's talking shit. That's my opinion. I'm still working on it. I cannot obviously tell if she's bald faced lying or not. That would be up to Megan to do. But it just, you're looking at body language and it just bothers me when she does that. It's kind of like Dr. John's lick 'em, Lauren, Lisa, whatever, lick 'em low. His lizard tongue, because she does it too, but just not as, it depends on the grossness, but, people who are lying, they say have dry mouths. And so I just find it interesting. So that wasn't even why I stopped the damn video.
Told lies and told people what they wanted to hear so that she could get what she wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So that speaking with a mitigation specialist was kind of a pivotal point for me because I really had to confront all of the feelings that I had about my cousin. It was complicated. I loved her. And at the same time, I was deeply disturbed by everything that she had done or that I believed that she had done.
Mm-hmm.
And so I did. I got on the phone. I had a long conversation with her and I said, I don't think that I can offer anything to the court that's going to say give her leniency.
According to Summer, you did. They didn't even weigh in on it.
Mm-hmm.
Because what I'm going to say is that, from the time that she was an adolescent, she got her way. She got what she wanted and she knew how to play the game and she knew how to play people. And she did that throughout her life. And it was a really hard moment.
Free your dog.
For me, because I wanted her to be held accountable. But at the same time,
don't be looking at the
I had compassion for her because our life stories were not that dissimilar.
Mm-hmm.
How are they not that dissimilar, Megan? Was she trafficked?
Okay, so you're talking.
We just went dark. Oh my God. Like, I'm glad I captured at least that much, right? I know I have other little clips, but I veered way off. Let's go back to Tricia.
We are going to start it right at 12 a.m. July 22nd, because it was July 22nd, 2020, when Chad and Lori said the end of the world would happen. We did our live stream 24 hours back then. And remember, I couldn't have anybody as a guest other than on the phone. And it was a blast. And we did something back then that I want to do again because we have so many new people. We had a contest and we made 10 foil hats because basically Chad and Lori are tin foil, nutty nuts.
Is this to just, distance the belief system from the cult, the origin, the church?
Who are brutal.
Lauren and John distance the belief system from the church, in my opinion, by they're doing it, they're analyzing it, and the case, or the Chad and Lori and others, through the lens of the psychological aspect rather than the belief system, rather than the church, the doctrines, the things like that. Again, Lauren never reached out to offer me a microphone, a listening ear.
Killers
ever.
To boot.
So
the idea of the end of the world again broadcast is to be together. Just in case Chad and Lori got the year wrong, to be together when the end of the world happens. We can hold hands and sing Kumbaya and then just be done with it. And thankfully, every year at the end of the broadcast, we're still here. I know, it's shocking. This will be our.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And how the fuck did you deal with Megan talking down to everyone all the time? Love you. I love you too. Thank you. I mean, I didn't really pay attention to it. And I'm trying to understand how this works too. Like, how did I not see it? Or is it just these certain lenses that you look through? Is it, um, because they say like, oh, they revealed themselves. Did they? Or was I in the right mindset to uh, look at them critically? Was I not looking at them critically, like Tricia and Lauren? Well, I mean, I was looking at her critically a long time ago, but like, anyways, it seems like the crack in the facade, the learning that Lauren and John and all that shit, they were doing all that stuff to Christina, and turns out, in my opinion, my family, with the text that, some we've gotten to see some of the text of Lauren talking shit about my family and me and even the victims, Tylee mainly. And I never looked at, I guess I'm trying to figure it out right now. Like, I guess I never like looked at Tricia as what I eventually found out, like I didn't know all that stuff with Sue Pruitt. I didn't know the stuff with Beth B, because it hadn't happened yet, but I didn't know all these other things, that are easy to, I guess, from the outside, easy to yes, be like, ew, that's so gross, to comb through all these different allegations, these different things that have happened. Um, her pleading the fifth the one time about gambling. I mean, just I never looked at it or looked at her through this lens. I never looked at Megan through someone who was betraying me and my family. I never looked at it, like she always had that condescending talk, but it became more loud, more noticeable after the fact. Like, she talks to everybody so condescending, Megan does. I'm like, wow, how did I not fucking see it? Holy shit. Because I mean, it's whoa. She's so rude and so holier than thou. And again, it's like so blaring now, but because I'm trying to figure out how this happens too. I want to know. Yeah, they did. They took advantage and still try to of you and your family being in such an understandably desperate place. Pisses me off. Yeah, I remember being in Boise for Chad's trial. I want to say, yeah, the weekend we had the memorial. It was in Rexburg, or Idaho Falls. But then me, Mom, and Larry, we drove from Rexburg back, or I say back, to Boise, where Chad's trial was going on at the time. So, I didn't want to go see Chad. I was just like, I mean, he doesn't do anything. He's not interesting to look at. Like, I can just watch the TV because it was videoed for his. It was video, not for Lori's, but for his it was. So, I mean, okay, I'm not missing much. I can sit here and on my mom's couch bed, in their Airbnb and just be comfortable. So Megan came by after. So this is after the memorial that was in Rexburg. So then Megan, I guess, travels to Boise too. But she ended up going to court, to trial I want to say the Monday following the memorial, or maybe Tuesday. I don't remember which day it was, but she did go to one day of trial. And she ended up having to sleep in her car or something, because the night before, when she came by the Airbnb, so into my parents' home, basically. They're home away from home. And it's just me, Mom, Larry, and Megan. And I mean, we talked and talked, just different things, different what we think, what they think, it's very intimate. Okay. And you, of course, are, I mean, I can't see being anything different than genuine, because I just kind of give everybody that grace, I guess you can say. And I mean, maybe I'm just somebody that's always going to get led down by people, or maybe not, because I really don't think that everybody's like that. But I don't know. I'm sitting here trying to work it out in my mind, and it's like, I'm losing. But I mean, it is personal. It's very personal and deep to know how close Megan got, and Lauren got, to my parents, to my family, everything that I hold precious. and not just the memories of Tylee and JJ and Charles and Tammy and Joe, but close to my family. Uncle Jerry. I mean, he came after me. He I don't even know where he sits or where he stands and all that. And I'm just like, what the fuck is happening? It's very gross. And I know that's a very generic, broad, gross, common word, but it's like it's like evil doesn't cover Lori and Chad. Well, gross doesn't cover these people. Like there's no word gross enough or bad enough or explanatory enough to even describe the disgust. You know, because they have the knowledge of what happened to my family, what happened to the victims, and they still do this. Like, to me, that is like so. It's right there with Lori and Chad. It's right there. Like, I mean, here, you know, y'all missed a couple. Come get them. I mean, this is so gross. And these are just 2 or 3 people, or just, you know, a handful of people taking advantage of a family tragedy on all sides. Megan, okay, on all sides, on both sides. Whew, it's disgusting. Thank you for asking me that, though. You know, I need to think about these things. It's good to get this out, you know.
4th one. We did 2020, 2021, 2022. This will be 2023, our 4th one. And we're going to raise money for that 24 hours for Mike King's Justice Center for Children.
No, ma'am.
In Salt Lake City. We're going to have lots of guests on. Ping is going to host. Our people from Australia, Kathy and her daughter are going to host.
Who?
We're going to have other hosts on here. It's going to be a blast.
Kathy
so,
who?
Yes, everybody make my tinfoil hat had all these bows on it and cheese whiz everywhere. And what's weird is I kept it for like a year. And that cheese whiz I wouldn't eat it, but it didn't like have mold or anything on it. It's like, oh my God, this could survive a nuclear blast. This could survive the end of the world. And, 144,000 just line up.
Jay Guy's mom says, I keep forgetting what day the end of the world is. Well,
shut up, Stacey.
It's the end of the world.
You should absolutely know.
Yeah. July 21st or 22nd. So I'm not sure either.
It's the 22nd of July, and we're going to start broadcasting at 11:59 p.m. on July 21st. And then we'll be broadcasting live for 24 hours because, again, George, why did I say George? I'm sorry. Chad and Tammy, not Tammy. Good Lord. Chad and Lori believed that the end of the world was going to happen on July 22nd, 2020. So that was the first time we did it because, hey, if the end of the world is going to happen, we want to be together, right? Right.
Yeah,
so anyway, we broadcast 24 hours live on July 22nd, 2020. And shockingly, the end of the world did not happen like Chad Daybell predicted. Remember, he and Lori were going to lead the 144,000. And that's why they weren't worried about being tried for murder because, the kids were on the other side and being taken care of and blah, blah, blah. So we thought, oh my gosh, what if Chad got the year wrong? We better do this every year. Just in case the end of the world happens. So we did it.
Rest in peace, Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe.
On 2020, 2021, 2022. Now we're going to do it on 2023. And every year we do it in honor of JJ, Tylee, Tammy, and Charles Vallow. We're going to have a contest, tinfoil hat contest, which is always fun. So we didn't die. So Chad Daybell was wrong again about the end of the world. And we'll just keep doing it every single year. Like Lauren Matthias said from Hidden True Crime, she says, I love the fact that you keep pointing out that Chad was wrong. End of the world again. And what we do is we line up a whole bunch of guests and everybody comes on.
Danny, though, he also said that he did not know Beth B very well.
and we have a real good time.
I
We
will
talk
tell.
about true crime cases
Thanks for
and
sharing.
all kinds of stuff. And we wait to see, because, I thought maybe Chad just got the year wrong, because he's usually so right about.
Sorry. But I mean, Tanya, 1980 just reminded me that Greg said she did try to eat the cheese whiz a year later, allegedly. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for reminding me.
So it's a big sleepover. It's our big yearly sleepover, because in case Chad got the year wrong, we want to be together when the end of the world happens. We're going to try and get some jurors for our End of the World Again 24-hour broadcast on, I think, July 22nd. Remember, that's when Chad Daybell said the end of the world was happening, July 22nd, 2020.
Or like you're asking, or, you're not asking. It's a rhetorical question, basically. Does that sound like someone making fun of him? What if Chad got the year wrong? Or does it sound like a continued ritual, a continued bashing and sacrificing the victims, carrying it on, carrying the torch, which is also pretty gross too. Ooh, the meaning of the torch.
20.
Thanks.
So we did an overnight 24-hour broadcast because we knew Chad was right. The end of the world was going to happen, and I wanted to die with you.
Because money be green.
When it didn't happen, all I could think of was Chad got the year wrong. So every year on July 22nd, we do a 24-hour broadcast. It's the end of the world again.
She gets
in
off on this.
honor of JJ, Tylee, Tammy, Charles. And
wrote a post
let's include Joe Ryan in that as well. And we do give, we raise money for a charity in that 24 hours. My whole point of me babbling about this is.
Oh, and by the way, and all the celebration, and we and we do raise money for a charity, allegedly.
For a charity in that 20, Tammy, Charles, and let's include Joe Ryan in that as well.
Oh,
and we do give, we raise money for a charity in that 24 hours. My whole point of me babbling about.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look into this part, but I know that YouTube, there's like certain avenues you have to put like a stream as fundraiser. She's never done that before. I don't know if you have to do it. That's what I'm going to look into. If any of y'all want to look into it too, if you want to help is what I'm saying, then let's look into the guidelines, just to understand the full parameters of everything, of what is right, what is wrong, what is allowable on platforms, what's just a rule, what crosses the boundaries into, you're violating policies and stuff and community guidelines, or I'm just saying it can go as far as breaking laws to do what they do, allegedly. So I have to look into that part of it. But, they have like certain fundraisers that'll go through YouTube, how much percentage goes to those, those charities that are approved by YouTube, how much goes to YouTube, how, you know what I mean? Are there any horror stories, any negatives about that? I'm sure there are, but I haven't gone here. So new
this
stuff
is, we're hoping to get some jurors on kind of a how you doing now type update. So
it does, huh?
Should be a lot of fun. We're working on the guests already. We're getting ready, by the way, for July 22nd. It is the end of the world again. Our 24-hour broadcast. We are going to have a blast. 24 hours in honor of JJ, Tylee, Charles, and Tammy. And on that 24-hour broadcast, we raise money for a charity. I haven't picked it yet. I have an idea of what I want to do.
Okay, let me read this again. Lauren has said that the end of the world party was a nod to Lori and Chad. Shit. Mormon Stories podcast. Doesn't that not only mean that it's based on them, but also that it's a positive thing? Let's do a little rewind there. Good catch, Olive. Shit, I love your brain. Okay? Thought it was, just me that does that shit. But no. And it sucks. I get it. Let's see. Where was it? Okay. Share this tab instead.
You want no soul to be
Why the hell are we talking about Tom Harrison? I went too far
And
back.
it
You heard his
says,
voice? Ew.
there was a law we followed. It was.
Oh my God. So I use my arrow keys. It's usually more precise.
Add additional iniquity to their divine ledger. In the beginning of our work of gathering, we most often hid behind God's power. Toward the end,
Why y'all hide behind God's power? God. Why y'all hide behind shit?
we were most often granted permission to display God's power. Instead of hiding from them, we started them on their immortal journey. When we did this, it was not a bloodbath and rarely a consumption by fire. They just fell to the ground and slipped into the eternities. When this happened, we felt happy for them to be freed from the torment of their own delusions. With God, they would eventually see clearly once again and could choose to cease heaping condemnation upon their souls.
I mean, it's so darkly euphemistic.
It is so dark. It is so dark. And I want to say too, before JJ and Tylee, yeah, and Tammy and Charles too, but JJ and Tylee specifically, before they were killed, Lori asked Chad to do her family history. And he sent her an email saying, here's your family. Who is light and who is dark? And he explained the graph he was using. He even used a decimal system because that's how Chad Daybell wanted to be so profound with his light and rate, system, that he used decimal point system. But he said that if you were past a 4 dark, you really couldn't turn light again. He wrote this in the email. And then he labeled Tylee Ryan, 16-year-old Tylee Ryan, a 4 dark. In other words, there was no chance of deliverance for Tylee at that moment. Chad wrote her death at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what Tom Harrison's book is saying right there. That if there is no chance of deliverance, we act as God and we kill you. And in Lori Vallow's sentencing, she stated that they were happy, that she delivered her children.
Oh, it's not in this video?
That she missed them dearly, but they were on to the next place. She delivered them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is.
Oh, please do.
This book, we need to talk about this book, and I'm so glad we're here talking about this book and how many people it is inspiring.
In the worst way.
In the worst way.
What if they're part of it and they're just pretending to care, pretending that they don't know about this system? Bloodlines.
And it talks about people who are fully ripe in iniquity and who gets to determine who's fully ripe in iniquity. But the people who have special powers and know everything about everybody. And that takes us all the way back to the beginning of the book, the very first clip where he says, I knew everything about her. And so therefore, the implication is I can tell if she is repentant or not. I can tell if she's fully ripe in iniquity or if I should let her live, basically. And I think it's
Book of Death.
So incredibly, horrifically.
This goes back to the lower keys of Solomon, and they're practicing, which Joseph Smith did practice, solemn Nick or whatever it's called. I don't know how to say it. He practiced the same shit as Aleister Crowley, John D. Lee, or wait, I think I'm saying that wrong name, but it's something like that. I look to the research from Heidi Love. She's a bomb-ass researcher in this area, does her homework, brings the receipts. She's an ex-Mormon. I've had her on before, but they did, Joseph Smith practiced magic, black magic. So did Chad, in my opinion. There's a few things that I can show you, or that I've shown before, that point directly to that. I think Tom Harrison too. I mean, it's this is what they do, in my opinion.
Despicable to insinuate that when you decide to relieve these people of their mortal lives, that they just fall down. Well, that's not what happened.
This person says secret fucking combinations. Guess who believes it's his mission on Earth in this life to study secret combinations. Gordon Bowen, which I mean, that's that that federal lawsuit that we're going to get into soon. It was supposed to be yesterday, but you know, our bad actors are being bad actors, so I just felt this was more important right
to
now.
JJ, and that's not
It's
what
all
happened
important.
to Tylee, and that's not what happened
All
to
of it.
Charles, and that's not what happened to Tylee.
To
None of
Tammy.
them to Tammy. None of them just fell down. They were brutally and horrifically killed.
I think this could have been a move to lend more credibility to Megan, especially with this crowd, ex-Mormons, and it brought in a lot of nevermos like myself, who are just trying to understand the Mormon angle on this. But when people are steadily telling you that it has nothing to do with the church, but then telling you it has to do with people in the church, you're just like, what the fuck ever. And it is. I found the doctrine. I found these things. It's like laced in everything I see. You know, that I'd go and read, and I'm like, oh my God, it's right here. And I mean, I guess it's just maybe a little more obvious to me because I'm like, I'm not used to this kind of language, you know? It was like a culture shock. So an outsider can sometimes help as well.
And it is a direct result of this book.
She had to play the part of being serious. That way she could be a life coach. Maybe. I don't know.
There are two other people that think they have these sort of powers too. You know, Chad Daybell believes he can see beyond the veil. Tim Ballard believes he's a visionary and can see beyond the veil.
Your
Tom
dad,
Harrison believes he's a visionary and he can see behind the veil.
Julie
Rowe believes she's a visionary.
Guess who Tom had dealings with? Every one of those people she just named. Plus David Hamblin, Gordon Bowen. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Common denominator much?
The veil. This is a book that they teach at the conferences I attend, Dreams and Visions, how to have.
She probably never read it, but anyway.
Have them, how to be a visionary and see beyond the veil.
I did record the whole episode of her going to that firm expo. When I was in the chat and they, her moderators, blocked me.
There is a trend that is happening, and this book is this book has a cult following.
Then why do you run with them? I have questions.
In these groups of like-minded people.
Why you play?
If any of you think we're exaggerating here, let me just read a couple comments that have come in.
All right. Well, anyways, I thought that was gonna, but Olap said not in that clip, but she will find the clip. Lauren playing up her fake outrage. Yes, because she's Mormon, right? She's a devout Mormon, but not outright. Like, look, I was like, what? She's still a fucking Mormon? You know, like that really threw me off. And I mean, here I am. I dig into this shit. And so, because she never would sway one way or the other really out loud, like boldly, you know? I don't know. I just didn't, I guess, maybe give it much thought. Yes. Or while they're down, basically. You know, that's how these big macho people work. They prey on the children, you know, who look to their mother for support. And then they kill them because it takes a big person to do that, right? A very strong, mighty, godly person to pick on people who are vulnerable, depend on you, don't suspect, you know, a parent to do that or a wife or a husband to do that. People you trust. And so, yeah, while she was sleeping, while Charles was picking up his son, forgot his phone, went to go back inside to get it. It's all set up. And it's gross. It's gross. We know that, though. I'm not saying anything brand new here. Wait, I just said I was going to finish that. Holy shit. This is crazy. But I have tons of stuff. A lot. I've got tons of stuff. Yeah, mind you, it does save multiples of things. This is when Tricia was really pissed.
This is a felony called cyberbullying.
Cyberbullying.
And that's the end of it.
Okay.
Sorry, I was dealing with Othram Text Bug Nugget the first year.
You
Did
were.
you
You're
say that he
good at
said if
that.
something happens to me, I didn't do it?
Right.
Okay. Well, again, I really hope the police look into it.
Hey,
And
Felicia.
if they can prove that cyberbullying pushed him to this point in his life, they need to bring charges. They do.
Just to clarify, what he says is, if anything happens to me, this is him. It says this him, but meaning this is him. So he doesn't exactly say I didn't do it. I'd just make that.
Yeah, he's saying something happens to me. This is him. In other words, check him out is what he's saying. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Exploiting
Gotcha.
Daryl Sheets, by the way.
And again, guys, I never thought in my lifetime I'd have to be talking to you about cyberbullying by adults on adults. It's so ridiculous. But one thing Stacy and I were talking about, and we found through our research, and I've asked a couple of experts to come on. I haven't heard back from them. Hopefully they will. But one thing that is common among all bullies, even if they're like teenagers or adults, they're mentally ill. They're mentally ill. They have very deep issues about insecurity, and especially adults. They don't have the empathy, frontal lobe issue. They have an issue with their frontal lobes. They don't have the empathy because if they did, they would not cyberbully because they would know how horrible it is. And cyberbullying, it can mean a lot of things. All right. Anything on the internet. It could be emails sent to somebody saying horrible things. It could be something on Reddit because Reddit allows cyberbullying. I see it all the time.
That's because they have a snark page about web sleuths, by the way. So this is so gross. This is so gross what they do, man. Like, so everything that she's saying, of course, applies to what they're doing and saying. I mean, it's so, the projection, man. I learned about projection with Lori and Chad and that whole group, and how they treated people and what they would say. And I mean, when you realize, or when I realized, watching Lori walk into that courtroom, that's just so profound for me. That's why I repeat it, because it's such a pivotal moment for me. Because here I was in Southwest Louisiana, and my parents were, they flew to Idaho because Lori was extradited from Hawaii to Idaho. Her first court date, in those orange and white stripes. And she just walked in with her head up, her shoulders back. So, I mean, she was so confident. Her chin was up, her nose was up, right? Because she's always looking down at people, much like someone else we were just speculating about, with observing, familial to Lori Megan, I mean, they look down on people, and they're the smartest person in the room. They know everything, and we don't. And so we weren't there. Lori has made that very clear, even especially with Colby, he was not there. And so we don't know what happened, but she does. She's the know all be all. Sounds very, very reminiscent of Cousin Megan. But yes, thank you. Oh my gosh, I don't want to say your name. Aussie, Cheryl, and Amanda. Thank y'all so much. It doesn't really alert me, or if it does, I have my notifications turned off, so I never really know. I have to either come up, come upon it, and I'm like, oh shit, okay. But yes, thank you very, very much. That is so generous and nice, and appreciated. It's so reminiscent, man.
It could be, there's YouTube videos YouTube is full of cyberbullies and they don't do anything about it. And
we know.
Again, it can be relentless. And
I just want to protect any future family members from stumbling across Tricia, Lauren, getting in their claws, in their grip, because they're aligned with people. I mean, they went to CrimeCon, where victims go, and alleged professionals and experts go to talk about crime, how to best deal with crime. And so they put themselves, of course, I mean, they say, a pedophile will be around schools where children are. Same difference, except, exploiters financially, they're going to look for ways to exploit, to take what's yours as their own. And so it's like and then they prop each other up. They give credibility to one another. Lauren's comments are pinned, It's so crazy how that happens. Lauren will just be like, oh, and then boom, I'm here. She'll pin a comment from Hidden True Crime. Oh, thank you, Hidden True Crime. Yes, they lend each other credibility.
Just imagine.
I don't ever see Lauren pin any of Tricia's comments, though. Maybe a time or two. But I also don't see Lauren going live anymore, really. Maybe I'm not paying attention. I don't know.
The only way I can describe it is, I guess, in reality, let's say you get up and you go outside and there's just a group of people around you screaming at you. You're an idiot. You look stupid. Oh, wow. You're a dumbass, just screaming at you wherever you go. That's what it's like to be cyberbullied on the internet.
Okay. With that being said, I'm just going to quickly, but I'm going to play this, just a slideshow. Okay. While I read this other stuff. See, it's that way you can hear the song. I might have some Lauren stuff in there too, but anyway, so we're going to do that. And I'm going to read some stuff real quick. And then I've also worked on creating a victim bill of rights, just to kind of check ourselves about victim and family autonomy, consent and consultation. Does the creator actively seek and respect the consent of the victim's immediate families before producing content? Narrative control, is the narrative driven by verified facts, or does it rely on speculative theories that re-traumatize the family? Correction protocols. When errors or misrepresentations are identified by the family, does the creator promptly issue corrections and amend the content? Boundary maintenance. Does the creator maintain professional clinical boundaries with the family, avoiding parasocial or inappropriately familiar interactions? That's a question. And then financial transparency and exploitation. Monetization disclosure. Is it explicitly clear how the creator is monetizing the tragedy? Example, ad revenue, sponsorship, Patreon, end of the world live streams, celebrating your family's murder. Direct benefit. Do any of the proceeds directly benefit the victims' families, recognized charities, or related advocacy groups? And is this documented publicly? Fundraising ethics. If funds are raised in the victim's name, is there a clear, transparent accounting of where every dollar goes? Anyway, so what I'm going to go through right now is taken down. It was taken as a deleted episode by Tricia recently. So it's based off the transcript that I captured before that disappeared. And it wasn't long ago. It was a transcript of a live stream that that Tricia did. And it was about Scott Peterson, not the one she did last night, but it was a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago. I'm trying to remember now. Was it April? Was it March? April, May? I don't know. It was, more recent, I guess. And so based off of my investigative perspective and audit of the transcript, Tricia Griffith and her executive producer, Stacy, display a complete lack of self-awareness, and they combine a staggering indifference toward violent crime victims with calculated narrative manipulation. Okay. Sorry, my voice is starting to go. When their financial interest, personal clout, or at that point in time, it was upcoming CrimeCon vacation are on the line, victims' names are reduced to conversational props, placeholders for fundraising hype, or straight up comedic punchlines. So the analysis below highlight the specific instances of flippancy, memory failures regarding victims, and psychological manipulation throughout the broadcast. With the footprints. We still need to go over that web of spook. It's a hypothetical story. I just realized that I might have to. I guess I can't loop it. I don't know. Hold on. Looking for options here. Loop. All right. me get back to where I was. Everybody good? Everybody good? All right. I'm going to try and get through this quickly. Okay, so number 1, exploiting child murders for sleep stream marketing and casual memory gaps. Timestamps 30 minutes and 38 seconds to 31 minutes and 59 seconds. So, I mean, if we ever have to get to deposition, and discovery, if we're ever sued or anything, these things did exist. They know where they're at. So, I don't have the video to show you, but Tricia uses unverified gossip about the Vallow Daybell case as a sensational hook, shouting to her audience, "You're gonna die," before immediately pivoting to market her upcoming 24-hour voyeuristic sleep stream. The transition from real-world atrocities to her own vanity project is completely fluid. And then the flippancy. She sits on a couch, hyping up an event where her audience can pay to watch her sleep, casually rattling off the names of murdered children and family members like a grocery list that she probably wants you to pay for. The disrespect. She explicitly demonstrates that she treats these victims as an interchangeable collective, stating on mic, quote, "Charles Vallow, JJ Vallow, Tylee Ryan, Tammy Daybell, and I think Joe Ryan is one of them too. I really do. And I hope I haven't forgotten anybody. It's hard to remember all of the victims in the Daybell case," unquote, Tricia Griffith. For someone who claims to be a professional advocate and the godmother of true crime, stating that it is hard to remember the individuals whose brutal murders she has built her platform on is incredibly callous. Then there's the financial manipulation. Tricia attempts to wrap this sleep stream in a cloak of charitable giving, but accidentally tells on her own historical lack of financial transparency when she admits, quote, "All any money we get goes directly to whatever charity we pick. We do that every year. Now, I'm not sure if I did that the first year, because the first year I just threw it together because I didn't know what to do," unquote, Tricia Griffith. She openly confesses that this memorial broadcast began simply because she ran out of content ideas, and she cannot even verify if the initial funds collected under the names of dead children ever made it to an actual charity. This is who we're dealing with. Number 2, the gross romanticization and humanization of Lori Vallow Daybell. So some of y'all, if y'all watch this stream, it'll start clicking. And this is timestamps 37 minutes and 4 to 38:47. Tricia introduces an unverified jailhouse rumor that Lori Vallow Daybell is teaching parenting classes instead of handling the subject with the gravity required for a woman convicted of murdering her own 2 children. Tricia does this instead. Tricia immediately shifts into weirdly nostalgic and defensive storytelling. The manipulation behind this, she's normalizing a child murderer by comparing her to the neighbors that she grew up with by stating, quote, "She was one of those LDS moms and I grew up with them. And I loved the moms that were like this that I grew up with. They knew how to make things. They were very crafty, They could do all kinds of crafty things. They could take egg cartons and make caterpillars and do all kinds of fun stuff," unquote, Tricia Griffith. This is a grotesque humanization of an infamous perpetrator, minimizing Lori Vallow's legacy down to being a crafty mom who makes caterpillars out of egg cartons, completely erases the horrific reality of what happened to Tylee and JJ. It shows a severe lack of empathy for the surviving family members who have to listen to legacy creators talk about the perpetrator's, quote, "sweet, crafty nature," unquote. Number 3, treating child homicides and victim families as personal clout stunts. Timestamp 1644, 1720, and 2056. Throughout the CrimeCon preview, Tricia treats historical tragedies as an entertainment lineup, completely centering herself as the main character of these cases. sarcasm at the expense of victims. When discussing a panel on the Scott Peterson case, she treats the double homicide of Lacey and Connor Peterson as an opportunity for bad sarcasm. Quote, now everybody, we know how, I'm sorry, let me try that again, scratch. Quote, now everybody, we know how innocent Scott Peterson is, okay? Everybody, I'm kidding. I'm being very sarcastic, unquote. Centering herself over the evidence, she describes a plan to have her moderator use gorilla tape to strap her down and tape her mouth shut during the panel because she claims she will be, quote, jumping up and screaming, unquote. She shifts a presentation about a real homicide into a performance about her emotions and her reactions, totally glazing over the fact that Joshua J.J. Vallow was found in a shallow grave in his mom's boyfriend's backyard, not far from where his sister's remains were buried. He was wrapped in an overt amount of duct tape, especially covering his mouth. Using a murdered child as a punchline, Tricia jokes about approaching legend. Oh, I have these mixed up, I think. Maybe not. Tricia jokes about approaching legendary FBI profiler John Douglas to tell him he's wrong about the John Benet Ramsey case, just to see how quickly I get thrown out of CrimeCon, she says. She treats the unsolved murder of a 6-year-old girl since the beginning, right? The exact case she used to build her entire business as a casual stunt to cause a scene, another scene, at a luxury convention. Number 4, severe indifference and lack of historical knowledge about victims. I've heard stories from people who have worked with her. Timestamps 1910 through 1936 and 2144 through 2215. Despite claiming that Websleuth is an elite investigative asset, Tricia shows that she cannot be bothered to remember the baseline facts of the standard cases she profiles unless a co-host or moderator handles the information for her. The Colonial Parkway failure. Tricia brings up attendee Bill Thomas at CrimeCon, but completely blanks on his tragedy. Quote, his sister was, oh, maybe not at CrimeCon. His sister was killed, right? Can you remember his story? Unquote. She requires Stacy to bail her out and name the Colonial Parkway murders. The victim's family is invited to the convention to share their grief, but to Tricia, they are just a name she needs help remembering on a stream. The West Memphis 3 failure. Tricia attempts to discuss the West Memphis 3, but completely forgets the names of the individuals involved. Quote, Damien, was it Damien Eccles? He was on death row, and there were 2 other boys. I can't remember, unquote. Number 5, weaponizing house rules and information control to hide criticism. These are timestamps 05. I think I went backwards in this, or it like analyzed it backwards. I don't know. 550 to 650 and 1026 to 1150. Tricia utilizes classic semantic maneuvering to rewrite her history of false reporting and community manipulation, framing her strict moderation as a global standard of ethics. The don't be a jerk gaslight. Tricia brags to her audience about how she keeps her forum, quote, unquote, normal by enforcing a rule against being a jerk. In reality, this information control is used to systematically silence longtime followers who ask questions about her financial history or past lawsuits, or even last night, y'all, we had a few come in here, Salty Sleuth being one of them too, who questioned, Tricia, but was answered by Megan, okay, and then blocked. Why Tricia was continuing to do this, raise money in the names of, Tylee, JJ, Charles, Tammy, and Joe, even though we're not approving. Okay. Tricia also answered too, I think, is what Salty said about, or somebody did, about I need to email her. No, I really don't. You know what's going on. She knows what's going on. She just wants me to jump through hoops. Why? So she can have control or get me contacting her so she can say I'm stalking her. Fuck that. I'm good. Then there's the private living room metaphor. When Stacy brings up complaints that Websleuth is too restrictive from comment section, Tricia snaps back with a classic defensive posture. quote, "You can't come to my house and stand in my living room and start screaming whatever you want. We are a private organization," unquote. She deliberately conflates legitimate fact-backed criticism about her ethics with quote unquote screaming in a living room by labeling critics as trolls who lack empathy and are just looking for clicks and views. She completely avoids answering for her own documented behavior, her own well-documented behavior. Thank you, Jesus. Including swiping deceased citizens' phones, putting them in stuffing them in a Faraday bag, and using server funds to cover personal bills. Tricia concludes her advocacy segment by pointing at the camera with her, it says, cosmetics, which was actually lip gloss, stating, quote, "When I use my lip gloss to point, I'm serious, people," unquote. This final image perfectly captures the entire Web Sleuth ethos. Serious multi-decade tragedies reduced to a superficial aesthetic prop for her camera performance. And that's it. But I mean, it brings me back to that point of where she just said in this, was it this stream? Hold on. This one right here. I'm going to bring it back a little bit.
Horrible it is. And cyberbullying, it can mean a lot of things. All right. Anything on the internet. It could be emails sent to somebody saying horrible things. It could be something on Reddit, because Reddit allows cyberbullying. I see it all the time. It could be, there's YouTube videos YouTube is full of cyberbullies and they don't do anything about it. And, again, it can be relentless. And just imagine the only way I can describe it is, I guess,
oh my God.
In reality, let's say you get up and you go outside and there's just a group of people around you screaming at you. You're an idiot. You look stupid. Oh, wow. You're a dumbass, just screaming at you wherever you go. That's what it's like to be cyberbullied on the internet. Everywhere you go, those voices are screaming at you and throwing things at you. And that's what was happening to him. But also he claims this guy, showed up at his shop and caused problems at his shop. And the things I've been reading about what he went through was horrific.
Allegedly went through. Okay. Like they exploited Daryl Sheets this whole episode. That was the whole agenda, in my opinion. And apparently Tricia spoke about it again tonight. And I just can't thank you enough, Tricia, for just being such a very fierce advocate for my family by respecting my wishes, my family's wishes, for you not to talk about Tylee and JJ in the name or behind under the guise of a do-gooder thing, because you're not doing good. You proved that, lady. So this is from last night, and I don't want to play. That's McSpunky, apparently. I met C. Cheadle in Arizona, but I don't even know where this happened last night.
And they're going to try and tell you that Scott Peterson is innocent, and it's the biggest bunch of bull. We talked about what Garagos did at CrimeCon, and we'll talk more about that. But Stacy has the actual court documents today that she's going to read, and then we're going to tell you about that terrible, terrible case of that young man who killed a teenager. It's just two teenagers being stupid.
We need to go read these stories on Reddit. That's what I thought about earlier. I was like, oh shit, I have not gone and checked these out, because I don't know who can you trust on those things, knowing that things, I don't know, just Grayson, and they create these Reddit snark pages so they can kind of information control. Wasn't that something with Annie Elise and Grayson and some shit like that? Or correct me, please, because I don't think I'm saying that right.
Ended up dead, and the other was convicted of murder. We're going to talk about that. And of course, whatever is on your mind, my darling true crime angels. But let's bring her up now. The one, the only, the legend, the woman that we all know and love. Everybody, where the hell did she go? She was right here. Stacy, where are you? I did this big intro, and I look, and she's gone. What the hell? Stacy, where did you go?
I'm sorry, I'm typing in keywords.
It was the big, huge intro.
Oh,
saying, hey, hello, hey. I was going to say, now here she is, Stacy.
Portal joke.
Oh, hold on, guys. Hang on.
It's weird. They're slipping.
Hang on just a second.
There she is. Oh, bat.
Sorry. That figures.
Oh my God. This is getting to be like
There
fucking
she
geriatric city.
Goodness gracious.
I love the geriatric community. Don't get me wrong. She's gross, man.
Well,
my God.
Stacy, I did this big intro and I go to click on you and you're not there. What happened?
It booted me, which I didn't realize.
Impulse control is also one of those frontal
You just
lobe
went
things.
dead. Are you there?
You can't. Can you hear me?
Now I can. Now I can. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It just bumped me out.
That is crazy. And also, I want to tell you one other thing. I got a whole bunch of new pictures. And one, the cat was Shirley Fowler. And then Patty G, thank you for your lovely pictures. And your son looks absolutely beautiful, my dear. Okay, and I still haven't shown all of the pictures yet. So thank you. And if you have any pictures you'd like me to show at the beginning of the of our live stream when we play Old Bat in a Cowboy Hat, send me an email, websleuthvideos@gmail.com or producer@websleuths.com. So Stacy, what the hell? What is going on?
When they look that way, like well, I say they. Stacy's always looking dead at me, right? Because she's just using her fucking profile picture. I actually found a square one the other day in Google's images search. You know, like whenever I look things up under Web Sleuths, and it, I was like, wow, I can see more of the dog and kind of see more of her shirt. It's very revealing. You'll have to see it. But look, when they're darting their eyes this way, Megan loves her some chat. They're looking at their chat because that's what I do. When I look at my chat, when I'm on my StreamYard and I'm looking at your chats, that's where I look, to the right, to the bottom, you know. I wish they would balance that out a little bit more, but you can tell they get really super concerned about that.
Oh man. So
well, let me tell you, Sweet Universe says, yes, Tricia, I saw stage right or stage left, and then you pop on. So I did that. I knew if I got up and walked out, she would come back on. It's magic how that works. It really is. So I'm sorry, Stacy. Tell me, darling, what's new with you?
Oh, well, not much.
Oh, I do have some news. Okay.
Yeah.
Daniel
There's
Greg Massey.
Look, there's my moderator. A former moderator, sorry. Trace on the case. There's Kelly J, who was in here last night. Troublemaker Baker. Third verse, same as the first. Moonlight view for you, for poo. Missy Buttermouth. I detest chocolate. Is that supposed to be funny for I hate chocolate? Just wondering. Petty in Vegas. Penguin. Vanessa Joy. That person came in Jay's chat the other day. Interesting. Trace on the case actually was in that secret meeting, Zoom meeting or whatever, saying that she used to moderate for, and she called, she said she used to moderate for one of the, I think she said perpetrator or I forget exactly how it was worded, but Jolene shared on her stream those messages that somebody went in and took when they were trying to be sly, you know, and have secret behind the scenes book clubs, wink, wink, meetings. Follow this link. Stacy has an important question, you know, that shit. But so basically Trace was insinuating that I was now the bully, the aggressor, the perpetrator. And it's like, wow, wow, where the fuck did I lose you, man? And okay.
See, my second cousin, the stalker that I've told you about, you know, I was waiting for charges to be filed. And, you know, I think you have to file them within 72 hours. And I'm like, oh God, they haven't filed them. And so I call the jail today, I give the name, give the birth date. Oh, wow, and she goes, oh. And I just went, oh no, oh no, oh no, he's out. Oh my God. Oh my God. And she goes, oh no, he's not out. He was charged with 10 counts of, hold on, I want to get it exactly right. Let me get it here.
Not the first, not
Let's
the
put it
last.
this way. I don't think we have to worry about him ever bothering anybody else again, except for those in jail.
I mean, you just preach it, the olive.
So let's see.
We
Okay,
love
where
you.
is it here?
Hell yeah.
10 counts of exploitation of a minor, a second-degree felony. 10 counts. Now,
I mean, I'll say it because, you know, you deleted all those other ones and you kind of reveal more, Tricia. It seems you kind of telling yourself a lot. And so, I mean, didn't Greg, according to you and one of your, a couple of your deleted streams, I'm sure Olive has them, that Greg, like for a good time call, and he put Tricia's address, even though she shares her address in her website, in her descriptions, you know, things like that, because she wanted, and she says this in her whatever you call it, deposition tapes, right? That you can go to Dreadful Penny to go watch all the tapes that she the videos that she was able to get her hands on. And so how can Greg stalk her or dox her if she's handing it out herself? I mean, shit, she gives out business cards with just her name and her freaking address. I mean, her phone number. The only thing, you must be invisible ink or like glow in the dark, you know, where it says for a good time call. I wonder. Just asking. Greg,
according to AI, a second-degree felony, and it depends on the jurisdiction, could be anywhere from 2 years to 20 to 10 years per charge. He has 10 of them.
Sorry.
10. And I'm sure there's.
I'm laughing at your comment, Joel. Y'all are on a roll, and I'm here for it. I'm here. I live for these. Okay. Cappy Shank says, I called. I did not have a good time. And then this normal Idaho mom says, for a good time, don't call Tricia. Okay. All right. Calling out people for what they are is not bullying. Sorry. Not sorry. Right. Thank you, Faye. Crusher, you and your family have every right to ask Tricia not to include your family in her fundraising. Is she gonna fucking care? She don't care now, you know? So you don't have anything to do with her, and she is abusing this. Absolutely. I think she's doing this part as part of her sadistic side. She gets off on this shit. There's so many other things, other people, not that I want her to move on. I do, but I don't, you know, because it's just going to be who's next, who fills that spot. Because apparently she's got a lot of life left in her.
There's a lot more, but those are the 10 that they can prove.
Oh yeah, but didn't Greg, according to Tricia, so Tricia says Greg accused her of being something with little kids, 2:00 in the morning. Okay. I mean, why say that first off? Even though you're putting that on Greg, allegedly. Why say that? I'm questioning you, lady. Like, is that true? Why would Greg be saying that? Why would he fucking say that? Was he a kid? How much younger is he? How much older? How old is he? And is the reason that, you know, he has these allegations, these charges, these alleged charges, whatever against him, is that because it's a family thing, like a blood, you know, like, is this a generational type of behavior? I'm questioning. You have a whole fucking website with access to people's, and I mean, I've heard that, you know, you can look and stuff, look at IP addresses. You rat yourself out, Tricia, because you said this before in a previous live stream that you have since deleted on and off. You know, you give a little, take a little away, giveth and thou taketh, right? You know, you said that you could tell that the police were looking at Websleuths because you could see their IP address and shit. What are you doing? What do you use your website for, really? Is the cover just, you know, a true crime forum, and then behind the scenes, you know, these secret Stacy has an important question to ask, so wink wink, here's a Zoom meeting. So you talk shit about everybody? I mean, what's going on here? What are you covering for? Who are you covering for, allegedly? I mean, I'm asking. These are questions. You deal in quote unquote true crime. You deal with real victims. You create some too, in my opinion. It's really fucking gross.
again, he had that child porn on his computer, and it was very bad. It was oh God. I'll find another article.
It was very bad. How do you know? I mean, did you look at it? Are you the black market?
That put the link in chat so you can read. I don't even want to say it out loud. It's so disgusting. It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me at all.
Why
But
not?
the good news is he is charged. So he's not getting out. That was my biggest fear was.
And I've even questioned, did she plant the fucking evidence? Okay, I'm asking. I'm just saying, I just, there ain't shit I don't put past this woman.
You know, he just has, he's always seemed to skate by, you know, and
yeah,
I know his parents always made excuses for him. He's 61 now, but,
61.
you know,
61, she's what, 68, 70, 72, something like that. I mean, when she was 18, he was not. I'm just kind of.
My parents had me when they were really old, and like my cousins were like in their 20s and 30s when I was born. So his mom was quite a bit older than me, who was my cousin, and they always tried to make excuses for him. It would make me so mad because he was always getting into trouble, and
never.
You know, this is what happened. So they both passed away. Both his parents.
I can, but it's just a suggestion, basically. You know, you can choose, you can take the advice, or you can, it's just I mean, we learned that obviously, I mean, not obviously, but we learned that from the body cam footage with Lauren and Grayson and John trying to pin, you know, everybody, as a stalker, or what was the other thing? Hacker, what else? Extortion. Anything, just shut them up, you know, silence the critics. It's like, oh my God.
Parents. And he's not coming out anytime soon. So that is such relief. That
reminds me of Jackie Peterson.
He's over there in fucking Utah and you're over there in fucking Dallas. And so how was he? So relieved. Oh my God. She was not fucking worried about Greg.
Yeah, exactly.
I think maybe she might be worried about some secrets Greg might know. I mean, just give it oral.
Forcing Scott Peterson to take responsibility. Let's talk about this. Scott Peterson was found guilty. I mean, the evidence was overwhelming. Mark Garagos, when he gave his opening statement, I don't know if y'all remember this, he gave his opening statement. He was going to show that witnesses saw Lacey, you know, walking, what was the dog's name? Now I can't remember it. I can't believe it.
Does it matter?
Oh my gosh, don't do this to me.
I know, and you forgot it too, didn't you?
Yes, just right this second.
Exactly. Kelly J, going back to my cousin Greg. No, he lived in Utah. He was not in Hawaii, but he was communicating with somebody in Hawaii who was doing the same thing as he was. It was a group effort, if you know what I mean. And that they started.
Lori and Chad went to Hawaii too.
Not started, but the investigation took them to Hawaii, and then they were able to find him. I think he lived in Midvale, Utah. So yeah, no, he was never in Hawaii. But what was Lacey's dog's name?
Mackenzie.
Mackenzie, thank you very much, Mackenzie. Mark Garagos got up there and he was just we're going to have witnesses that saw Lacey and Mackenzie walking outside long after, you know, supposedly she was put into the bay. We're going to have witnesses that we'll have a doctor testify that Connor was born alive. And remember that his witness that got up there, the doctor that was supposed to show that Connor was alive, and he turned out being.
This person says, in my opinion, it's better for children to learn about cause and effect ASAP. Okay.
Just the best witness for the prosecution. And his defense just fell flat. He did a great job.
This is boring.
At trying to destroy the prosecution. And he really did get some good jabs into the prosecution. In fact, it scared me. He did so good, Mark Garagos. But now they are talking about this crap. And you know what, Stacy? It makes my
cough
my head spin, because these guys that robbed the house across the street from Lacey and Scott,
the Medinas. Yeah.
They've been investigated inside out. They have just spent, and they are making this A&E special, and that's what the Crime Con event was all about. And again, I told you this. Mark Garagos looked like they picked him up in a limo, like he'd slept on a park bench the night
Like
before.
you, girl, you was at the
You know,
fucking
had
slot
sweats on.
machine.
It's like,
Oh
really,
my
could
God.
you put a comb through your hair, Mark? Maybe, you know.
Kettle.
And he wouldn't take any questions, which I thought was so chicken
Shocker.
shit of him to
That's what
do
you
that.
do?
You know, no questions, because
Trisha, you
I'm
block
sitting
people.
there
You
and I'm
block
like,
questions.
I could.
Shit, I keep thinking I'm clicking on the damn screen and I'm not. Apparently, you block them. You block people asking you legit fucking questions. Okay, Hitler. In a past
Destroy
life?
this with just a couple of questions, Mr. Garagos. In my mind, I'm saying that. And I'm looking up and I don't see any microphones set up. I'm like, oh no, nothing. And you know, he got polite applause at the end. But there were two reporters with him, and they're both on this A&E special. And it's just a bunch of crap. I'm sorry, it is. But Stacy, I want you to talk about it. That's just kind of the background of what's going on. But these new court documents came out. What are they? What's going on? Please explain.
Well, that is definitely the legal term. It's a bunch of crap. So I will say that I have been studying.
It's in the law books. It's a bunch of crap. It is.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I've been studying these and I still haven't been able to process it all yet, because I'm really surprised.
She's still trying to figure out how to get out of that bubble.
Different stuff I didn't know. So, you know, the district attorney had released a transcript.
Are you done? She got a "Are you done?" Judge Boreski coffee mug.
And so he put out a press release on May 12th of this year.
Wait. I need to stop you.
Oh, please.
What transcript? What are we even talking about? What I
Well,
mean,
that's what I'm getting to.
Okay.
He put out the press release and about, you know,
why does she put shit over her coffee? Is she scared? Is she trying to protect it from bugs getting into her coffee? I mean, you might be a slob if you put a protective layer of plastic or whatever saran wrap over your coffee. Are you trying to keep it warm? Get you a insulated cup, lady. God.
The judge denied Scott Peterson his.
I wonder if that's her panhandling cup. Asking for.
He was wanting another trial, and he didn't present the case to have another trial, so it's not going to happen. She denied Peterson's third petition for habeas corpus, rejecting every single one of his 14 claims. One of those.
Okay, so Megan just enters the chat. Hey, Mad Chatters. Hello, my beautiful humans.
Claims, and this is what's related to the transcript that was unsealed. The defense accused the people of suppressing evidence. Unsealed meeting with judge contradicts Peterson's allegations. So this, I didn't realize, gosh, because well, none of us knew about this. There was an ex parte hearing.
Ex parte hearing, which
It's ex parte. Ex parte?
Not letting the other side know. It's just one side, right? Is that
very one-sided with all you people? Very one-sided. Shut everybody else up. Shut the fuck up.
I think that's what that means.
Yeah, there is one side's involved. Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So, Garagos and Harris was in there.
I'm watching the chat because this is supposedly where it goes down. Okay, from last night.
And the investigator for the defense and Scott, and the district attorney was not. So the district attorney didn't learn of this transcript until this year when Judge Hill ordered it unsealed in March. And this transcript is about the Aponte tip. You see that pop up in this case a lot. So,
sorry, the transcript is about what?
The Aponte tip.
And what is that? What is the Aponte tip?
That's a tip from a lieutenant at a state prison stating that they had knowledge or they'd spoken about the robbery and you know who did it, etc. It's a big thing in that case that people have been debating about for years. And you know, Scott was convicted in what is it 2005? He finally got convicted.
November 2004.
Because I know he was on trial there. And then so let me see. Yeah. He claimed, or the defense claimed, in a motion in 2005 that they had no knowledge of the Aponte tip until late October 2004, after
And
they interviewed a completely different inmate in the Stanislaus County Jail. The transcript, let me see, let me grab this, completely contradicts that.
I mean, while she grabs that, let me share what I found in Rest in Peace Morgan Ingram's post. Okay. This person says, this Lord is still going at it and sending her sleuths to do her dirty work. You know, the leopard doesn't change its spots. Oh my gosh, move.
And it's October 21st, 2004. And Mark Garagos is in this transcript talking to the court about the Aponte tip. That's what the entire meeting was about.
Okay.
About they wanted time to interview this inmate, and they knew all about it.
So they knew all about it, but he was saying he didn't.
Correct.
Okay. And
How is
so
it relevant to you?
These documents released by the district attorney is basically to shut Mark Garagos up.
And so in the comment section, Websleuth is like, Megan Connor, hey, how are you? Because Megan up here was like, good to see you all. Good to see all you Websleuth friends. My God.
I guess. Yeah.
And I have a feeling
Margie Forney says, Megan, you should come on. I wonder how come she never
that this A&E special is going to be about how he didn't know about this tip and blah, blah, blah. Scott Peterson is so damn guilty. It's like, come on,
According
quit.
to you. I don't fucking care.
Garagos, quit trying to make money off of it. You know,
he's not watching your
I have
show
no
either.
idea if he got paid, what he got paid.
Nobody
But
likes
obviously he's making money off this A&E thing, you know.
So do you,
And
lady.
it's like, how can anyone that looks at this evidence think that
so she's
Scott
talking about herself.
Peterson
Sounds
is
like-
innocent? She Wolf won't shut him up. Are you kidding me? The truth will not shut him up. And again, that's a good he's a good defense lawyer. Don't get me wrong. He's really good. He's really, really good. But I just don't think he cares. I mean, if he cared about telling the truth, I'm not saying he's lying, but gosh, it kind of looks like he kind of sort of is.
Yep, that's what I've
if he
been
cared
reading.
about it, he would not be
crazy as shit
doing this. I just don't understand it.
You're
So
doing that again makes me
and
wonder.
that's all it says. Is it just 12 pages? Did you say?
Yes, that's the transcript part.
Okay.
No, and the press release, because they
And the
had
press
put out
release.
that. Oh gosh, I have it. I forget.
Oh gosh, I
how
had
many
it right
pages
here.
it is.
Oh, let me see.
Can you how
the-
quickly can you email me that press release?
Not very.
Oh yeah, I'll redo it again because I emailed it when we first got it, but that was a while ago.
Well, I
Let me
mean, if
see.
it's more than 30 minutes ago, then it's
forgot.
lost in my email.
Yeah, I know. So, let me see. I'm looking for it right now to send it. And the Croton watch. That's a big one. That's in the press release, and that's been talked about the whole time. And so, also in this writ of habeas corpus that's got put in. Let me see. Trying to mail this to you. It said the police. Let me see.
Oh my God, Stacy.
Let's see.
Sound
Let
like
me
me.
find it. He was accusing them of suppressing that. So he alleged that the police secretly investigated a woman's pawned Croton watch while the prosecution destroyed, withheld, and suppressed information about it. However, according to police reports, both the woman and her boyfriend stated that a private investigator hired by Peterson visited their residence between late February and early March 2003. During this visit, the woman provided the defense investigator with the pawn ticket necessary to redeem the watch.
My God.
The unsealed transcript confirmed that Peterson and his defense team were in actual possession of this February 14th pawn ticket and attempted to redeem the Croton watch in question.
Okay.
And then in the court's ruling, Judge Hill admonished Peterson and his current defense team for omitting those relevant facts.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand this. Did he say that he didn't have a chance to get the watch, that he didn't know where it was, or what was he saying?
My God,
It
you won't
said
remember it anyways.
that they accused that. Let's see. Let me find it.
Get your facts right.
He was accusing them of the prosecution destroyed, withheld, and suppressed information about the watch.
And there it is right there. He had it. He had that shows it right there. So he just made that up. He just made that up.
Yes. So these are different things that Judge Hill had went through to, deny his writ. I can't believe it. As she says, the court is troubled by the verified petition's failure to assert forthrightly all of the facts relevant to the determination of who acquired the pawn ticket and explain the statements of counsel claiming to have acquired it themselves.
Got to be saved.
Once again, the petition treads unsettlingly close to the bounds of permissible advocacy under Rule 3.3 of the Rules of Professional Conduct.
Oh no, Jolene does.
And Rule 3.3 is it governs attorney honesty and candor toward the court. An admonishment that a sworn filing has come close to violating it in this case, issued twice in the same ruling, is among the most serious rebukes a judge can deliver short of an outright sanctions order. The defense team that spent years accusing law enforcement of hiding evidence was itself hiding evidence.
Damn.
I mean, I just kind of want to say, yeah, I believe y'all about I can't do the chat thing, man. This is taking forever. Like, I can't look in the transcript because I don't know what was said, or I tried looking in the transcript, but there's no way to get to it. Let me see. What would be fundraiser? Let me just put JJ. Let me try that word. I thought they said earlier in the chat. That's why I've been looking at the beginning. Well, what the fuck? I must have just scooted it that way. Hold on. Yeah, by clicking that I did. Okay. Oh my God, I'm a dork.
Lori and Alex.
Let's back it up.
It's very tragic. And again, I put the link in chat and I'll put it in the description as well. So please join our Web Sleuth discussion. Hey, we are counting down the days until it's the end of the world again. Oh. And so if you have any suggestions for guests, email us at producer@websleuth.com. And again, it's our 24-hour live stream that we do. And we do it to remember.
This woman is spreading some fucking shit I've never heard of. Bellatina to Moonlight says Melanie Boudreaux was walking down the sidewalk at night on Brandon Street, and Alex was in the car watching. Apparently, police were called because the video is police body cam. Where? And what the fuck are you talking about? I don't think so. Or shit. Show me.
The victims of Chad and Lori, and to remember the victims of Chad and Lori and Alex.
Is it going to be like you remember Helen or Beth B, aka Janet? Just wondering.
Okay, that's Tylee and JJ and Tammy and Charles.
Oh, she did it.
I think
Brandon and Brandon.
And Brandon, yes.
Oh yeah, let's ask Brandon. Right? He's a living victim. Oh my God.
Brandon, although he survived. And I think
and it's such a bummer, right? Oh, he survived.
Tylee's dad. Oh God, I just
oh, you went blank? Oh shit. I never would have remembered. I never thought
Tylee's dad. I just forgot his name. Good God, Tricia. Joe, thank you. Joseph Ryan. I think she killed him. I think Lori killed him too. So yeah. Anyway, let me tell you how it got started in case you don't know. Back in 2020.
Oh my God.
That was Chad got arrested in June of 2020. And he had predicted that the end of the world was going to happen.
And you were like, in May, you were like, fuck it. He's still out. He's not even been, he's being investigated. Lori was in jail. Right. Okay. And so in May, which you had only been on freaking YouTube since February of 2020. So February, March, April, right around the same time, Melanie Gibbs' interview came out with East Idaho News, Nate Eden, the zombies, all the things, right? And then right around the same time, this one on the screen she's like, oh, I hatched a wonderful plan. You know, I just believe the kids are killed. I believe they're dead. I don't know that yet because it's not June yet. Chad's not been arrested yet. But hey, let's go ahead and celebrate their mission in the name of the victims, for sure.
July 22nd, 2020. I think it was 22nd. And so get ready, because he and Lori were going to rise up and lead the 144,000, some bull like that.
Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, your friend Lauren and John, they were going to do the celebrating the 144,000, make fun of it, you know. But they had planned this whole Bellagio meetup celebration of the 144,000 subscribers that they had gotten, not the 100,000, okay, but the 144,000 subscribers that they got, because of course we're mocking, right? But are we? I mean, I am. I don't know what the fuck y'all are doing now. Y'all have a different definition, idea. I don't know what this is. It's so crazy.
I was actually at my cabin, and the internet I had was so weak that
probably because the fucking ceiling fell in on it.
I couldn't use StreamYard. I just had to.
They have Starlink now. Go
straight to YouTube, and I couldn't have a guest on because the internet, the signal couldn't handle it. If I had a guest on, I had to hold the phone up to the microphone. And so I wanted to do something. And I said, gosh, if that's true, we should all be together and die together, because I sure as heck wasn't going to be one of the 144,000, that's for sure. And so I said, hey, let's broadcast live for 24 hours. That's as much thought as I put into it. And it was so fun that it became a yearly thing. And we just say, maybe Chad got the year wrong, because occasionally Chad has been wrong.
I mean, does she write him and ask him these things? I mean, I'm asking, that's a legit question, because, you know, the allegations were from a couple sources that Lauren was writing letters to Lori in jail, putting money on her books, and then using Colby as bait, basically, to get Lori to do an exclusive interview with her. And it's weird because she's such a good, I mean, phenomenal journalist, because everybody got an interview except for Lauren. It's kind of funny, huh? Kind of crazy. It's like a report card of your journalism, allegedly.
And we do try, and we raise money for a charity, and we are looking to raise it for, we may have several charities this year. We're going to try for JJ's school, a few other places.
I think my best route is to just talk to the school and just, you know, get them, show them, you know, just tell them the story. And I doubt they would want to be on board. Okay. That would stop that part, because they're reasonable. These people on the screen are not, in my opinion. This is like, there's got to be some kind of, like, they get off on it. That's what I know there's a better term, but it's like, they get something from this, like narcissistic supply or something. Control. Pain. I'm going to control by weaponizing, you know, my family members against me, against everybody, against good, period.
We may give you a choice.
Thank you.
But again, we bring awareness to these charities, to a charity or charities. And then we also bring awareness to other victims.
There's no awareness. Okay. I mean, like what? I've never, and I really would warn anybody who follows any guidance from these people, because their definitions are pretty much off. She calls Stacy, Tricia calls Stacy an executive producer, but when you look up executive producer, it's not somebody who just sits there. It just isn't. So, and stalker. Christina was not a stalker. She's actually the victim of Lauren. Okay. And of Tricia. and Stacy and Grayson and Megan and Joe Schmo.
And we
Crime
have victims' family members on. It
Ooh,
just
not anymore. Not from over here, lady. Except for Megan, and she don't count.
it can be a wild time, and we broadcast live for 24
Wild
hours.
time.
And of course,
Wow.
the big thing is you get to watch me sleep, and who doesn't want to do that?
I feel like you don't ever fucking sleep, lady.
Right, Stacy?
I feel like you hang upside down.
Yeah.
Old bat and a
I'm
cowboy.
going to be sleeping
It's
on
old
this
bat.
couch. This couch, it's great to sit on, but
Sounds
it
like
is
plywood.
not comfortable to sleep. But I'll do it.
Quit looking
I'll
at the
do it,
chat.
because it's the end of the world
She's waiting. She's like, oh shit. Okay, nobody's attacking me yet. Okay.
again. And if anybody has any problems or any issues,
Me, I have a fucking problem with it. I'm not emailing you.
email us, okay?
Nope.
Let me put my email address. So far, I've just heard nothing.
You're not going to accuse me, lady, of being falsely accuse me of harassing you.
But good from victims' families, and it's just been wonderful. Here we go.
Wonderful.
Let me put it in here. Websleuths 50Os at
This is something that the Stacy executive producer could do.
email.com. So email me directly if you have any ideas or any thoughts. And
Lynn Gen 2, fuck you too. Now, can anyone find a problem with money being raised for a good cause and to help other special needs children? No. There's not a problem with that. Just a problem with you and your leader. Okay? You do not have the consent of the family at all.
oh, you know what? We should do.
Look, this is crazy. Bellatina says Chad was arrested today, June 9, 2020. Why say that? Why not say this is the day that the children were found? I mean, it's
weird. We should do the tinfoil hats again, don't you think?
Oh, yes.
We absolutely should.
Oh,
those were so
Maury.
fun.
Maury. Yeah.
We need to do. We'll have a tinfoil hat contest. I think that's a great. We do it every year, and every year it gets more and more crazy. Every year mine weighs more and more because I always put squeezy cheese on it. You know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll do a tinfoil hat contest. I don't.
But watch this real quick. Okay, y'all. I'm not used to having company, but I really enjoy it.
Look at Tricia.
Oh, this is this one.
Well, I really just want to get so let's get the couch in so we can see the animals. So, wait. Mine is
She spent 16 or
it's
17
couture.
minutes straight.
Okay, my head is couture.
Trying to fix her
Why is
camera.
the camera
I
always so
had
low?
a little string that came down here so it would stay on my head. But mine is Parisian.
Oh no!
So you can wear your hair like this, and then you look really hip.
She does
One out symbolism.
This was done by a designer in France. It looks rather stunning. How about you? Y'all think it looks good?
She's like,
I do. Just wish I could get the animals. I can get it in here perfectly.
She spent 16 minutes
Y'all, I mean, with
trying
my,
to fix this.
you know,
To get her animals and her in.
Yes, yes. Watch her think.
I love
Look,
the bow.
look her thinking right there.
One more
Look,
thing.
she's
Okay,
like
I'm gonna put you
deep
down
thought.
so you can't see anything.
Hold on,
all right.
I'm back it up.
Let me try one more thing. Okay.
Wait.
Y'all, I mean, with my
Trisha, if you put your camera high and aim it lower, you can get everybody
Watch
in.
her think. Look, she's like in deep
Let
thought
me
right
try
there.
one more thing. Okay. I'm gonna put you down so you can't see anything. All right. But do get a look at the couture hat. Actually, it's by Le Pew, the 76th. Skunk still lived too long, so he's kind of down the line from the original. Actually, it was by Pepe Le Pew, the 76th.
Oh, I just thought that was interesting for her to say 76. Anyways.
Oh my gosh. That was
okay. Started over. All right. Oh my God, y'all. I'm about done with this lady. But she's let her finish. Let her finish.
What we're doing, which is really rare for us.
She is fucking that chat.
Well, you know what? That's actually a very good idea. Is there an anti-cult charity? I think that would be great. A charity that helps people escape from cults would be a great idea.
Oh,
you know what? I'll ask Dr. Christine Marie about that.
Oh
She
God,
would know.
yeah. That lady. FLDS lady.
She would know. She's the one that starred in that Netflix docuseries called The False
SARS.
Prophet. So absolutely.
Yes. Yes.
An ex-cult member telling us about how a cult is. I mean, just, I don't know. It's weird. It'd be like Melanie Gibb being a cult expert.
Lynn Gen 2 says, I think Stacy
being a cult expert.
and I should go on together because I'm not Stacy. I play her on TV. That's a great idea. And that'll freak people out because they'll be like, hey, how can that happen? It's Stacy and Stacy. Oh my God. What are we going to do? So, yeah, exactly. So anyway, Jules and
yes.
Can we, yes, absolutely. Can we dress up? Please. I think we should have an AI Stacy contest. That's a great idea.
It's been there though. It's been there though. I mean, you have to have basically a popsicle stick, and then you just glue this image onto it and put it over your face. I thought that's how Stacy would go to CrimeCon, but you know, I guess she couldn't fit it in her luggage. Don't know.
Yeah.
Just gonna say, would that be amazing? Everybody do an AI of me or what they think I look like or whatever. But well, there's no picture, but you know, define AI. Yeah.
Somebody accused Stacy of being AI, and I'm like,
we all do
that. Well, that's kind of amazing because when I call her, this AI has a family, has a dog, a cat, you know. Kids,
oh wait, oh, I got a picture
in the background, grandkids. I mean, it's amazing.
Right.
So anyway, hi, Candy Williams. Good to see you, my dear. So yeah, hey, Jules and me, absolutely. We'll come up with some fun stuff. And again, we do it all.
No, you don't. Hold on, it might be pausing that thing.
In honor of
here we go. Here we go. That's from the All Up. This is Stacy and her family. Allegedly. What you think? Any resemblance? Yep. And it is called a joke. They don't know a fucking joke if it slapped them in the face. Oh, with what we do to save. Oh yeah, because I've like been compressing everything, and it makes things very shitty quality. I need to upload a lot of things to YouTube, and just keep it, you know, either do it to members only, or you know, or privated or whatever. Anyways, what y'all think about that picture? It's one that the lot found. So, right. Anyways, why does that photo look like it's from the 70s? We don't know. Stacy. I'm just kidding. How you doing, Mohawk Mom? Long time no see. I'm so glad to see you. And then Intervision says, because it is. It is from the 70s. I'm so good about Stacy as well. Is she a 70-year-old smoker in a cabin in the woods? I mean, I wonder, because she lives in California, and the rain, you know, you think about Bohemian Grove, you know, they have a lot of frogs there. Anyways, makes me wonder if she lives in the Bohemian Grove. No. They do take after their. I agree. Yes. Yes, for sure. I mean, yeah, feel bad for her husband. Second husband. I heard that from Stacy on a live stream. And like Tricia's ex-husband and Stacy's ex-husband, according to that live stream I saw, they were both master plumbers, and they both helped each of their, you know, their husbands run their business. Can you imagine how that turned out? Especially Tricia. Oh my God. Anyways, oh my gosh. I don't know if this is going to be much longer, but I'm about ready to call it a day.
My God, what Chad and Lori did to them was so.
What y'all are doing to them is carrying that on, lady.
Unbelievably cruel. Chad and Lori and Alex. I got to remember Alex.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he was a monster. He was a monster. All three of them are monsters. You know? So
it's Alex and Lori's
McSpunky says, I need to shave my legs. I'd pay to see that. Maybe that's what we can do. If McSpunky will shave his legs live on TV, we'll raise money for him for a charity. See, look at all the great stuff we can come up with when we put our heads together, you know? Yeah. So anyway.
You can be the cricket.
Anyway. Okay, so hold on one second here. I want to put this up here. I haven't
I'm
read
trying
it,
to look
but
at the chat.
Robbie Bob 15 says Austin and his brother were suspended from school, still found a way to the track meet, and got killed for bullying. God writes your story in the end. Sad, but tell your
Right.
kids to stop bullying. You never know. I don't know what that means, Robbie Bob.
Right.
I'm so sorry. If you want to email me and tell me more, but I'm confused on what you're trying to say here. So
I don't see anybody
let's
on
see
here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say.
I mean, anybody that came
Okay,
in.
let's see. Da, 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 da. La, da, 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 da.
Oh my God.
Yeah, frogs. That's the other thing.
Ribbit.
The AI, Stacy AI has frogs. How does that happen? You know?
I don't hear the frogs anymore. Where'd the frogs go? Save the frogs.
And Jesse mentioned frogs.
Yeah.
I saw a couple
How
of people do.
Are the frogs still mating, or are they all done?
They've been quiet.
Yeah, I think they are done.
Why?
So Laura Greer says, I'm for that.
Did you just tap on her window? Trace on the case is back, and she said she was going swimming earlier. She must have finished swimming
Yeah,
lap.
I think they are done. So Laura Greer says, I'm for that, McSpunky. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know if that would raise money or if
Trace on the case, my former moderator and friend. I'm not saying in any way that JJ School doesn't deserve to have a fundraiser, but they are a private school. They have mostly wealthy clients. And please don't kill me for saying that. I wouldn't expect anything else from you right now.
that would make people tune away and not give money if we had to watch McSpunky shave his legs.
I know.
You know, we'll have to wait and see. We'll come up with some fun stuff. We will.
Oh, AI frogs.
AI, it's all AI frogs. It is. And they come out. Oh, they come out once during the springtime when regular frogs are mating, and the AI frogs mate and make little baby AI polywogs.
Hippity hoppity, get off my property.
Right? Am I right?
Oh, yeah. I was reading. Sorry.
I gotta show y'all.
I think I'm right.
I mean, don't think I'm a weirdo, but okay, whatever. So I've done a little bit of the frog stuff. You know, just trying out my new tools on Canva. You know, and that's about it. Nothing special. So riveting. Just a reminder, feel froggy, be aware of personal boundaries. Stupid. Hippity hoppity, get off my property. I have to say weird stuff or I'll die. Is that what that one says? What is this? Oh, frog. I told you so. Okay. Nothing spectacular. Oh, there's this guy. He a cult member. Person. Speaking of, well, we're gonna go over with the federal lawsuit against the Hamblins. Well, David Hamblin, Gordon Bowen, David Levitt, Roselle Stevenson. Oh my God, am I forgetting my point? I am, I think. What was it? Yep, I forgot it. What the frog, right? What the frog. Websleuth the frog. That's about all I have. Yeah, there's all up. Did some web sleuthing and I found Stacy's family portrait exposed. Right. Y'all, please sub to actually I have to go add it back after this. So whenever I'm done, I'm gonna go put in the description box the people to follow who are covering this case and all that stuff. I'm just gonna abandon that. I don't feel like looking at it anymore. I'm tired. I'm just ready to be done with them tonight. So Kresha, check out my post on Penny's community page. Okay, let me do that real quick. Hippity hoppity, stay off my property. Okay, I'm opening a lot of things, so I'm sorry. I'm like, where can I go to go? It's already open to Dreadful Penny. Okay, here we go. Thank y'all for hanging tight with me, chilling like a villain. Dreadful Penny 2. It's warm in here too. Whew, I'm ready for some air. Okay, let me check. Let me share my screen again. Wrong one. Peekaboo. All right. Get back over there. Here. Post. Del Taco, the Big Sin. I like this one. Today I received this candid photograph of Megan Connor working with clients during one of her coaching sessions. I think you'll agree it's fascinating to see Megan working her healing magic. Fish are friends, not food. Mm-hmm. How do I know if it's you that posted it? How's this work? I mean, where's it at? Let me go back and look at comments because I might just took it down. Oh, crap. Let me go back and look. Ooh. So you know for sure it was live or whatever. Wonder, was it against, I doubt it was against YouTube community guidelines. I don't know how that even works, but these are hilarious, in my opinion. I read them the other day. So many PSAs, so little time. Public service announcement. Making public service announcements about the risk of listening to Megan Connor may result in negative comments from joyless scolds who are either not in possession of the facts about Megan Connor or who think that jokes on social media are worse than participating in a plot to imprison an innocent mother of 4. And this person says, this cruel and disgusting. I don't know her or you, but no adult should be this mean to another living person. That was mean. I envy such sheltered life. I saw the name Megan Connor and instantly fell asleep. I wasn't able to make it through the message. I fell asleep as soon as I saw the letters me. Beat that. And then maybe the entire message was supposed to say, be Megan. I'm sorry, Megan. And it sent poor Beth B into eternal slumber before she could finish. Oh my God. Wow. You solved the mystery and won the internet with your comment. And then let's see. Oh no, I hope you were sitting down. I hate it when public service announcements cause the very problem they're trying to solve. Megan is better suited to be a sleep coach rather than a life coach. I'm just saying. Sleep couch, maybe? Moments in Trading. I love Moments in Trading's comments. It's rare that community posts show up to non-subscribers. Doesn't know anyone involved, eh? Best one yet. I can't imagine watching anything longer than a short about people I don't know or a creator I'm unfamiliar with. But hey, it's just me. She's very wishy-washy and a human melatonin. Somebody came up with the name Megatonin, and I was like, oh yeah, nailed it. You and all the other YouTube creators are doing an awesome job. Carolina says this. Unmasking her. Laura Mathias and Tricia Griffith. My PSA for the day. Perhaps she needs to look a little harder at Megan. Maybe some life coaching on how to handle negativity on the YouTubes. Although Megan's funny bone is busted, free speech is a right, like it or not. I think one should be made warning people to use RFID shields around Tricia and hide all account numbers. Never mention your estate or any medical problems either. It's good advice. Trotty Young. Oh my God. I forgot to log off Jan with 2 N's. Anyways. All right, y'all. Paul Connor. Yeah, Paul. No, don't be sorry. You're fine. When you get a chance, look up narcissistic mirroring. Will do. Angie always has some really good advice. I appreciate you, lady. There is no free speech on YouTube, says Intervisions. I remember you saying that yesterday too. You're right. It's social credit. It's social credit. You get to participate in the algorithm and its rewards, aka money. If you bend, if you conform. I think drunk Megan tried to troll Penny's chat tonight. Well, I'll have to go check that out. I have to go check that and Jolene and Jay. I walked through a lot of shit while I was a gem and a beautiful human Megan. And a beautiful, yeah. Right? And look, I just took that down too, but I did have that. I walked through shit to get here. Oh, no, I didn't take it down. So there you go. I walked through shit to get here. I walked through some shit to get here. Real quick. Let me see. All right, guys. Well, all right, I'm going to bed. I'm tired. Me tired of talking shit. Truth, but shit, you know? And they drain. They really do drain you, even though it's through a screen. And, you know, at your own, you know, I purposely do this, right? So I know I'm doing it, gear up for it, I have that energy, but then they do take it away from you. But I learned quite a bit tonight, and I'm about to go hit the books till I fall asleep. Listen to some content creators that I support and like and love and appreciate. And thank y'all for doing the same thing. I appreciate you guys. And my moderators too. I don't ever stop long enough to tell them. I also want to thank Katie 190 KDH, gifted 5 difficult research memberships. Thank you so much. Chuck Anderson's granddaughter became a new member. Thank you. And they gifted 1 difficult research membership. And then y'all saw this one earlier. Cresha, how the fuck did you deal with Megan talking down to everyone all the time? She still does it. She didn't stop though. I just realized that too. I know. That's from this normal Idaho mom. Thank God. And oh yeah, I had this one pinned. Thank you for the PayPal donation. I really appreciate you guys. You ladies from down under. And Shirley Graff is very sweet and gifted 5 difficult research memberships. And I thank you, Shirley Graff Allen, 8787. Thank you, guys. Justice for Tylee, Charles. That's what this is all about. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Love always wins. You guys are proof.